Tshwane, where of course later on we'll be touching base with Uvusiwe Ngobo, who is a pitch side. But la studio, it is me, Oli Wagwazondo. We're coming to you live and direct from our Auckland Park studios in Johannesburg. Goli la wanya mayipheli kuphela amazinyo endoda. Kodwa ke ngihamba naye uSiphiwe Mkhonza no Gloria Brown, our resident analysts. I like to believe the creme de la creme when it comes to sport analysis in the country. Very good morning, happy Workers' Day. Kumnandi ukusebenza nge-public holiday, ne?
Hey, no choice, no place.
Exactly, and it's a triple header. For the very first time, we're going to be showing 3 matches. We're starting with this one, of course. Later on is going to be Sundowns taking on Golden Ladies, and then yes, TUT. They'll be taking on the debutant City Lads. Very excited for that, Gloria.
Exciting times indeed. It's a festival, and we need to celebrate the Hollywood Bets League. And what a way to really get started. We started the very first week with 30 goals. Excitement always associated with women's football. But the Super Sunday promises to be another humdinger with the 3 sets of teams that games that will be taking place. We're looking forward to some wonderful football.
Absolutely, and I think it's also such a great opportunity for both of these teams because they've never played each other before. UJ and Vasco da Gama. So today, either way you look at it, history is going to be made.
History is going to be made. One, I was looking at the coaches, the opportunity for Bona to look and scan to integrate the new players also into their teams, but also these are early days in terms of the start of the season, and the teams are just coming from a pre-season. Remember, it's about conditioning, recovery, and team bonding. So it gives our coach also the opportunity to scan where are we in terms of the tactics, technically, and obviously you as a coach, you'd want to see how combination works, because sometimes the pre-season doesn't present you with the stress, so winning games and losing games. Yes, friendlies, you play friendlies, but sometimes the real business is when the game starts, because the games are the best teachers. So it's an opportunity for our coaches teams level.
Absolutely, and even though today we've got 3 matches in store for you, yesterday we had an epic 5 matches that produced 17 goals. Only one of those matches had a goalless draw, and that was UWC up against Bloem Celtic. But Siboneke Ma Indies, yet another loss, and this time to JVW. It was a 2-0 loss. For JVW, Nzokhumbula ukuthi last week they had scored 10 goals against Richmond United, and as we see in Richmond, they bounced back with a heavy 7-0 victory against First Touch. Tsunami Queens suffering yet another loss to Coal City Wizards, and of course Thunderbird Ladies with a 2nd victory on the trot. Your thoughts, Gloria, those score lines and the 17 goals that were produced?
You know, particularly the match against Richmond and First Touch. For me, that is a great way to bounce back for Richmond United, considering that they conceded 10 goals against JVW in the previous week. That speaks to the caliber of players. And we'll get to see these results as we go along, because coaches are still trying to find combinations, as Mkhonza reckons. And players are also trying to find their feet. And you're still getting the new signings, gelling in and adapting to the systems, the formations, and also the club's DNA, because you'll find the new signings coming from different clubs. They did things differently. But again, UWC Bloemfontein Celtic, that is also a warning. I mean, UWC did the double on Bloemfontein Celtic last season, and here they are being held to a draw. That's quite encouraging, because I believe for Bloemfontein Celtic, they're a team that does belong in the top 3, as they have been one of the long existing clubs in women's football.
I think a team that will be disappointed with their result in First Touch, because last weekend they won 5-0, and Izolo suffering a 7-0 defeat to Richmond United.
If you want to do well, it's about consistency and continuity, especially if you look at JVW. For me, success goes beyond what's happening on the field. It shows there's a lot of spade work that is done behind the scenes that we're not aware of. But you see from what they feel they present on the field. But again, if we talk about First Touch, last week they came out victorious, winning 5. Yesterday, but that was 7. So it shows we're in for a treat this season in terms of the goals. I mean, I like the fact that women's football, we get as many goals, all different types of goals. Last week we've seen 2 hat-tricks. we've seen an own goal, we've seen penalties. So we're in for a treat good season.
Sure. And then we look at the Hollywood Bet Super League log as it stands, the bottom half. Tsunami Queens, a position that they're quite familiar with, being at the bottom. This was now their second loss on the trot. Ima Indies, really unfortunate because against Sundowns ladies last week, they had a good opportunity to win. But now Bobazitola 15th on the log. And of course, in terms of that bottom half, First Touch, TUT, and the debutant City Lads. But in terms of Vasco, they are playing matches today, so they do have an opportunity to change positions.
They do, but it's pretty early for City Lads. Yeah. They need to tweak a few things. The same for Vasco. They'll need to tweak a few things. Their score lines in their debutant game of the Hollywood Bets was not a disgrace. It was quite a reasonable result. It was a 2-1 loss against Bloemfontein Celtic for Vasco. And you're looking at a team that today could probably also match them. So I'm not too concerned at this stage about the log standings. I'm just more interested in seeing the players, how they come out, whether they are ready for the big stage and are able to compete.
All right, and just two teams so far, JVW and Thunderbirds, who have a 100% record, winning 2 of their 2 matches, comfortable there on 6 points, and JVW, a very healthy goal difference there.
The on a high note, but I must also highlight the Sundowns last week. I thought the elasticity up was tested. If you watch the game last week, Sibiza against Kwama smashed the crap. But last week, if you saw how they struggled against the team they were playing against, but I still feel good. This season is going to be very challenging for them. Obviously, how we've done last season might not be the same this season. It's how Uche will refresh his team tactically, and obviously with the new faces that is coming into the team. So it's going to be a very interesting season on how Sundowns apply themselves, because the more they say the who much is given, much is required. So Sundowns are expecting a very different season, but I still think they'll top the group.
Absolutely, they've got a lot of pressure on them. But in terms of UJ and Vasco da Gama, they have never met in the Hollywood Bet Super League. So today, history will be written. What are these two teams going to be presenting to us today?
Judging by the squad of the University of Johannesburg and the experience that they have on their technical bench, it is understandable why one would have expected the Orange Army to have fared better in the 2021 season. Unfortunately, they did not even come close to making the top 5, where most of the tertiary institutions playing in the Hollywood Bet Super League finished. A 9th spot, UJ were below teams like Thunderbirds FC from the Eastern Cape, My Indies, as well as First Touch, teams who don't even come close to the budget that they have for the season. A total of only 7 victories and a scary 11 losses from the 26 matches played the whole season, which saw them garnering only 29 points, told the challenges that the team had. But things could have been worse for UJ last season. But the arrival of former Banyana player Ena Monati as their head coach to replace another former Banyana player in Jabulile Baloyi towards the end of the season brought some positive changes and improvements that were now expected to make the team hit the ground running at the beginning of the season. At the beginning of the year, UJ appointed former Wits University coach Ntabeleng Dunga Modiko as an assistant to Monate, and hopefully it's a combination that SAFA presidential candidate and UJ sporting director Nomsa Mahlango is hoping will yield some positive results. Their opponents today, Vasco da Gama, are debutants in the Hollywood Bet Super League, having earned promotion to the big league during the Sasol National Championships in Durban. They were also crowned as the overall champions after beating City Lads from Gqeberha in the final. Their star player in the tournament, Mishe Minis, who finished as top goal scorer and player of the tournament, she was lured away by the deep pockets of defending champions Mamelodi Sundowns ladies, and she got off to a good start there as she put her name on the score sheet as Sundowns beat My Indies by 2-1. Can they match the levels of JVW and My Indies, the two teams which were promoted last season but made an immediate mark? Time will tell.
It's definitely also going to be a battle of the coaches between Nuana Monadi and Ashraf Calvert. But just listening on in that insert and what we saw last week, you know, Vasco losing such an integral player when it comes to Miché Minis, do you think Uguti, that impact will be felt all season?
As a coach, you need to find means, you need to find a plan B, because you've lost your top goal scorer player of the season. So I think Jordan Batman will take the reins and say, the leader from the front, because sometimes when you lose your best player, it's difficult to replace if you don't have a succession plan. Because as a coach, you need to be able to find a succession plan. Or should what happens? So I think for me, Ashraf Calvert, he needs to find a plan B. Miché Minis, who scored a lot of goals for them last season. But I think Unabandaba capable about Jordan Batman.
Yeah, especially futhi noma ubuka nayo the Vasco squad, Gui Cecil National League, their goalkeeper Jessica Williams was also the goalkeeper of the tournament. So Nabo, they do have really outstanding players in the squad.
Make no mistake, they've got a brilliant side. And I think even for the coach, for losing Miché, gives him the encouragement to continue to develop, because when you look at the Western Cape, they're one of the most fast developing women football province or region. You're looking at Patul Peterson is another player for Vasco da Gama. You got Alicia Tehart. Those are players that are sitting and waiting to take the reins and take Vasco to another level. You also have Roxanne Barker, who was the Banyana goalkeeper at some stage, but she comes in and plays in the middle of the park. So you find it blending youth and experience as well. But again, for the coach, he would want to say, yes, losing Miché will leave a big hole, but he's able to get quality players to put in that position. And that would be quite nice to see the progression of the other players coming through.
Absolutely, because even with their loss against Bloem Celtic last weekend, the first half, Leo, you know, had finished 1-1. You know, they only just lost it in the second half 2-1, which goes to show Ugutinabo, they can hold their own, you know, even against teams that have been in top flight football for a long time.
Sometimes for a debut team, it's also been helped by what you've done throughout the preseason. I thought Ashraf Netimiake, you show the consistency and continuity. And obviously, like in Celtics, they lost it 10 minutes of the game. I think via penalty. So it tells good. He has worked so much on that team that he continued to won't struggle, because sometimes 7, 6. We know in this league, teams are scoring left, right, and center. But you see Vasco last week against Celtics is not a minor, and they were able to present themselves very well last week.
Yeah, it's isikhathi khefu uma sibuya sizoza kubaqeqeshi uAna Monadi kanye no Ashraf Calvert. Don't miss out.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown. And no one understands this better than our very own African champ that enters the football pitch. The champion. The one that celebrates in victory with pride and also loses with honor. The one that never surrenders and never backs down. The entertainers, the crowd pleasers, the counter-attackers and the shot stoppers. It's the magnificence of our champions, handmade and crafted on our beautiful African soil.
Gets the ball into the back of the net, they take the...
Witness the triumph of the 2021-2022 Total Energies CAF Champions League and CAF Confederations Cup. Live on SABC Sport channels, SABC TV channels, and SABC radio stations in your language of choice. This season, we are #crowning champions, and we love it here. Proudly brought to you by SABC Sport.
The perfect road to endless joy and love.
Everything was wonderful.
Until it all comes crashing down. There's a thin line between love and hate.
They just seemed like a normal family.
Dark secrets between picture-perfect lives. A tangled web of lies. The hands of love are tested. Detectives must get to the truth. as families need closure.
Some people would do anything to keep their secret.
Fatal Attraction, Thursday at 10 on SABC2.
The lights come on and flash.
What they need most of all, Jenny, is some luck.
And action got underway, but look at this card. It's a very different and challenging role.
Oh, Taylor's rolled!
W-Series, the world's first female-only racing series.
This time it supports the global circus of Formula One.
We go green, very good start. Rice goes to the inside too. It's a historic day for Porsche as they take their first Formula E win.
Welcome back as we continue to build up to the very exciting Hollywood Bet Super League clash between UJ and Vasco da Gama. Now, when you look at UJ in the past season, they finished 9th on the log out of the 14 teams. The season before that, 8 of the 12 teams that were in the log at the time. So UJ is a team that has been finishing in the bottom half of the table, and they will want to change things around. I guess
Coach Anna Munati of UJ. Now, Coach, you started the season last week with a 1-0 victory against Coal City Wizards and also getting an opportunity to just see where the team stands in terms of conditioning, fitness and just overall composure. Your thoughts on that and how that will help you coming into today's encounter?
Yeah, hey, good morning, happy Sunday. On that, I'll say as the league is just early, as you can see. So I just want to see this young team, as I always have a young team, and I'm enjoying coaching this young team. If they can keep that win, of which was a very good boost for us, especially first game in our way. So I'm still playing the very same team. I just changed the goalkeeper.
You just changed the goalkeeper. Coach, reasoning for that?
No, I'm just rotating the team.
Okay,
yeah,
just a team rotation.
Yes, team rotation. And remember, the goalkeeper is a very special position there. It's not easy where you can change if there's no injuries or any suspension. But hence the league is just started, so I just want to see that teamwork, team effort, you know, if everybody's focused.
Coach, it's difficult coming up against a Vasco da Gama side, especially because they haven't played in Hollywood Bet Super League before. So perhaps a little difficult preparing for the type of game you can look forward to. Just talk to us about that and perhaps your strategy coming into the encounter.
True, you're correct. You know, it's a team that we don't know at all. And as they're the champions of Sasol. So I think they came here determined, and the way I see them, even you see the coach is one of the highest qualified coaches, but we are here to compete, remember, and I'll take each and every game as it comes.
Coach Anamunade saying they are here to compete. Also good to look at their starting lineup there. Last week's goal scorer, Filo Maseko, the captain, making her start for the team.
But also a good question from Uvusiwe, talking about conditioning, and which coach now highlighted what we spoke about. It's about integration of the new players, and she still wants, it's still early days, but she still wants to perfect a combination play. But we're expecting about Tulisile Shamase in the midfield to do a dirty work in terms of being a pivot, a deep lying playmaker. But what's important is the three that is playing up front: Amanda Mtandi, Kilibukhile Putu, and obviously Nondofilo Maseko, who scored last week. I mean, the 43 that she's playing, she wants to achieve with depth and circulation of the ball. Siamazu Ukoju Anna wants to play expansively, wants to dominate ball position. But against this game today, Vasco, it's going to be a very difficult game because they sit on the low block. They don't allow you to rotate people. They will rotate because there's an overload in the midfield.
Sure. Well, a team that is going to want to make sure that they don't encounter a second successive loss is definitely Vasco da Gama. Here is their coach, Ashraf Calvert.
Joined now by Coach Ashraf Calvert of Vasco da Gama. Now, Coach, you started the season with a narrow 2-1 loss to Celtic away from home. How has that affected you coming into today's encounter, and perhaps also just talk us through your starting lineup today?
I think firstly we have a lot of changes today. We had 4 of our key players not in the squad last week. This week they are in. Our goalkeeper mainly as well, so you know, if you have your goalkeepers back, your team will play better. The game against Celtic, I think we did well nonetheless. Dubious decision at the last minute to get a penalty against. I think that was the deciding factor of that game. Yeah.
And is the team feeling the effects yet of not having Mishay Minez?
Yeah, that's football. I think we got some nice youngsters in, but unfortunately they're on the camp. We have 2 players that's in the under 17 camp, so they're not here with us today. But we make do with what we have. We have a nice squad and we use them.
Coming up against UJ this afternoon, what is your strategy going into this encounter?
We're going to play the way we play. We're going to play ball, use our wing play, press them in the right zones, set up pressing traps. Yeah.
And in terms of your formation, Coach?
We are 4-2-3-1.
Definitely good news there from Vasco da Gama. Their goalkeeper, Jessica Williams, is back. Of course, she won the goalkeeper of the tournament at the 2021 Sasol National League Championships. Very good news. You know, it could mean that in terms of conceding goals, we might not see a lot of that in today's encounter.
I'm all smiles. When you hear Jessica Williams, she's such an integral player. She's really big for Vasco da Gama, and she's really one of those players where the team believes and builds their game knowing that they have a very, very strong keeper with confidence and very, very good distribution in terms of positioning. You can just ravel about this goalkeeper, a player to look out for in the future. But then you're also listening to a coach who's very true to a formation that is used throughout. When you remember at the Sasol playoffs, he played a 4-2-3-1, really emphasizes on wing play, players like Patul Peterson on the left-hand side. You're then looking at Noluthando Bottomman also comes in and does the job. Karen Jansen is another player to look out for. But we're quite excited to have this team in the Hollywood Bets. They are a young team full of running, not to be taken for granted. You write them off at your own peril. But experience will certainly come to the fold where you'd find they'd lose concentration towards the latter stages. But I'm sure for Coach Ashraf, those are the elements that he will work on, knowing that they need to just move a notch up to be able to compete with the best in the league.
I have a feeling this encounter is really going to be competitive. You know, we can't really say for certain who's going to be walking away with it. In terms of predictions, Mkhonza, we want to see
namhlanje kuyispina yonke lento ngicabanga ukuthi Vasco izoshaya isikhwama 3-1-0.
Hayi. So Orange Army is going down.
Angazi why ngizwe ngathi ngizwe egazini man ngithi Vasco ngathi izoshaya isikhwama 3.
Gloria, are you also giving it to the debutants? Is Vasco walking away with this one?
As much as I love them, I love their play, I think the experience and they're more settled. UJ will have the slight edge. They will win this one. The scoreline will be very, very tight.
Do you think that UJ are really feeling the pressure of always finishing in the bottom half of the table? And so right now, these early stages of the tournament, they're going to be trying to rack in as many as the 3 points as possible.
For UJ, our facilities, beyond the field, you expect them to do well. I mean, outside the field. So, ground in Manjikol. You would expect UJ not to suffer. I mean, they've been producing about Amanda. I mean, all these players that they produce. But the fact that they found themselves just outside top 8, it tells good. Right.
And you know also what's so interesting, because for the first time we've got these relegation and promotion with the Hollywood Bets. Do you think that also affects the play of teams? Because now all of a sudden it's not just about how we can field our players, you know, how combinations can work. But if we do take a certain decision, the risk could find us at the bottom and us being relegated from the league.
It's important. Pressure's on everybody right now. Coaches to deliver. Clubs have spent a lot of money in recruiting. We've seen movement of players. We're also starting to see players in the national teams looking for better opportunities to make sure that they put their hands up and they are seen. It is a crucial year for women's football on the calendar, and it is important for players to get playing time. So, yes, the pressure to deliver is on. You don't want to go to the relegation. Nobody wants to go backwards. It's all about going forward. For UJ, with the facilities they have, the budget they have, they are more consistent. The coach that they have in terms of experience, she was with the team last season. She should be more settled than the two sides.
Absolutely. And of course, for UJ, we know they've produced quite a number of previous Banyana representatives from Amanda Dlamini to Amanda Mtandi, Noko Matlo, Rufilo Maseko. So we're always looking at a team like this to give us players that are going to be playing in the national team, you know, representing the country, especially Manje, with us going to the Women's AFCON in July.
The amount of players that they develop doesn't measure their success, because their success, if you peg they've developed a lot of players, but the success doesn't go hand in hand with what they've developed. I think UJ, the fact that they brought in Anna Mnati says a lot about them, because of his stature. Anna, we know she plays expansively. My coaches that are brave, and obviously it's about the direction that they want to take going forward. They want to dominate the Hollywood bets. So they hope. Remember last season she came. This season Pagat. So this season, Ukraine team in preseason, it also shows good. This season bafunu kushaya Spain kahle.
Bafunu kushaya Spain. Spain ke sizobe senzakala eTUT in our administrative capital, that is Tshwane. UJ, they are taking on Vasco da Gama, who is going to walk away victorious. While Brian Mufugeng is standing by in English commentary. Zolani Bongo ngeXhosa. Enjoy.
It is a beautiful day in Tshwane for today's encounter here between University of Johannesburg in action. They have here today the team that they're playing up against here. It's got to be Vasco da Gama, the new team that is coming in as far as the Hollywood Bet Super League is concerned. They were the champions of the Sasol National Championship. That's how they won it, and therefore becoming one of the teams that you're finding here in this year's competition. The big question is, after losing the opener, can they come back and bounce back in today's match? We'll find out in a bit exactly how this one will pan out. But it is all about 3 points. UJ won the opening game by 1-0 when they played against Coal City Wizards. And it was Vasco da Gama who lost their encounter by 2-1 against Bloemfontein Celtic in the game that they played in the opener of this year's campaign. They do have 4 key players coming back, including the player of the tournament when they played in the Sasol National Championships. That is a goalkeeper for Vasco da Gama. So how will they fare today? That's a big question. We'll see that and be able to continue and talk about their performance overall here today, Vasco da Gama versus the opponent in University of Johannesburg. So it is the first meeting between the two teams in the Hollywood Bet Super League. We'll talk about some of the players that are returning for University of Johannesburg in particular. So that's been the big one we're going to be talking about. So the likes of Rufilo Maseko scored the goal when they played in the last game after a supply that was played in towards her. So let's look at the starting 11. Jireo Makakula returning in the starting 11 here for University of Pretoria, Johannesburg, rather. Amanda Mtandi coming, Rufilo Maseko, that is the captain who scored the goal that has played in the last encounter that they played in against the Coal City Wizards. So these are the captains getting ready for this one. Now, life after Michelle Minis, as far as Vasco da Gama is concerned, how will they fare? They struggled last week, but this week they have a few changes that they brought in. So let's see how that's going to work. I'm not alone for today. I'm being joined by Zolani Bongo for this one. Zolani, it is a festival of women football on Workers' Day.
Benchilo ndathi sine feast namhlanje umuntu uzazikhethela azibambela ipisi yakhe angancami kuba kaloku imini inde kakhulu futhi nemozulu iyavuma apha Bruno ichaza lonto into okuba ngokwenene amalady awafikanga agalelekile kuyacaca ke nje uba bazimisele ukuthatha umgangatho webhola ekhatywayo kumanenekazi bawubeke kwindawo enqanaba elona lakha laphezulu ithi ke lonto leyo kuzakubonakala kwanamhlanje ngoba ke jonga kwaloo nto uba imidlalo ibe mithathu ngosuku olunye iyawuxelela phaya uba kuqinisekisiwe phaya ngokwenene uAnna Munate besele sichazele ongumqeqeshi we-UJ uba ingaba umi njani yena namhlanje uxhobile ufohlele uthi namhla kunamhla ifootball yamalady ayifikanga igalelekile.
Isn't it? Anna Munate, when you talk about her, she was a coach here previously at TUT before eventually moving on. And that is the head coach of the side of University or rather of Vasco da Gama in today's encounter. So it is a big one indeed today for the two teams, especially given what happened in results of the match that they played yesterday. Plenty of action yesterday. Saw some surprises there as well in between in matches played. But over and above that, something has to give Yesterday we had a match away on the road there for JVW. They had to fight very hard in their encounter on the road to come out with a victory yesterday. So Mematankiso is the one that have actually lost. And before we do start today's game, let's pay homage to that. So a moment of silence in honor of former SAFA Match Commissioner Mematankiso Kitimia, who passed away. May his soul rest in peace, and all of those that have lost their loved ones during COVID-19. And also applaud for the frontline workers that have made sure that we are kept safe as a nation to be able to survive this pandemic that has caused all sort of havoc. Jessica Williams, the top player when he came to the Sasol National Championship that was played recently, is back in the starting 11 in the goals here for the side of Vasco da Gama. We also have some other players coming back. Gemily Vetboy, another key player for the team, to be able to talk about some of the players that they do have in the squad building up in today's match here between the two teams. So when you look at the University of Johannesburg, their performance last season, Kiulebukile Putu was a top scorer with 4 goals for them at the end of the season. In fact, also looking at their overall performance in the league last season, University of Pretoria, or University of Johannesburg, I beg your pardon, they will come here looking to try and get some good points here ahead of a match that are coming up, because it's very tricky to navigate the muddy waters in the Always Best Super League. Doesn't get any better when you look at the way the teams have fared and how things have looked like so far in matches played. So a lot at stake here today. Also later on we do have the defending champion Sundowns to be in action. Not forgetting another game that is coming up later on. Two matches you can look at. You also have matches of GUT playing their first game of the season. German ladies first played their first game yesterday. They lost that encounter when they played yesterday against Thunderbirds ladies. One of the matches that I played yesterday. So you can see University of Johannesburg will be playing from the left to the right hand side of a picture. All the opponents, Vasco da Gama, will attack the goals towards the left hand side of a picture. Very early game for today. The Orange Army of University of Johannesburg against a Vasco da Gama team that is playing their second game in the Always Best Super League. A chance in for a cross, long ball played in, chance in to try and take a shot, and ball get away, does see easily this time around. Is an official giving an offside against University of Johannesburg. Onto the far side of the field now, ball collected. Here by Vasco da Gama. Towards the penalty area, long ball played in, easily collected by the goalkeeper. Senbaka will be a key player for this team of Vasco da Gama. Into the penalty area, ball played in this time, just goes across towards the far side, nobody there. Absolutely nobody there. Week number 2 of the season. 5 matches were played yesterday, 3 today. And then it's just the beginning to go all the way to December of this year. Already Sundowns, the reigning champions. Here they come now, near side of the field, marching on forward for University of Johannesburg. Easily intercepted once again. Long ball forward, run being made on the near side. Now, can they try and cause something here at the start of this encounter? Close down quickly. It was Karen Janssen. Ball eventually goes out. She was outmuscled with 2 players around her and couldn't do much, and the ball eventually cleared out. Near side ball played into the near side of the field now for University of Johannesburg. Here they are now, lining the ball near side again, looking for options, cutting back inside. 2 players to aim for. They'll try and get that right eventually. Anamunati's team. Coach Anamunati has been around for South Africa for a long time. Who can forget the team that she took in 2008 at the COSAF Women's Championship when the like of Nokomatro was unveiled to the world. The under-20 team that played there for South Africa. Janssen is in there. Baka gets in there. Baka! Shot taken and brilliant save by the goalkeeper. She pounced on that ball so quickly. Tell you, and had a chance to open the scoring, but the goalkeeper equal to the task. Brilliant save. Half-clear chance, and it fell kindly for her. And Baka unleashing one, but it was straight to the goalkeeper this time. And full body behind the ball to get that away. And a great chance, I've got to say, here at the start of this encounter. So here's a long ball. Now it's a good ball this time around onside. There's a chance here as they march on forward. Looking for a cross. Whoops in one. Blocked easily. Fall shot again. Still alive for University of Johannesburg. A long ball played in this time. Nobody there. So the first half of this game between the two teams in the Hollywood Bad Super League. Still looking for the opening goal here today. Baka came very close to opening the score. And another brilliant save by the goalkeeper. So let's have a look at this one this time around to see how this will work out. To the far side of the field now, ball collected by Baka. Ball played on the line now, run being made on the far side of the field. Getting there to cut back. Just gone out. Just gone out. Just gone out. Trying to cut back. I think just missed it by a whisker. She's been there, and a second earlier should have gotten the ball in. Into the post problem for University of Johannesburg. They have possession as they do go forward. It is chancing now for University of Johannesburg into the penalty area. Away this time. Ball cleared away. Expected somebody to rush onto that loose ball. Long ball now. That's a good ball this time to the far side. Offside has been called by the far side official. I'm going to say that's very, very tight by the far side official. Looked to have been onside when the ball was played towards her. Let's have a look at this. Yeah, she was. Absolutely good officiating. She had just straight offside. Chancing for University of Johannesburg. Oh, the goalkeeper misjudged. Came off the upright and back into play. What an opportunity. Free kick given. Free kick given. Shot taken. And what a moment that would have been. I don't think the goalkeeper saw much of the ball. Thought it was going wide and somehow almost was almost beaten. Let's see now the set piece that's been given. Long ball floated into the penalty area. Chance in on the line, still alive. A shot coming in. There's a player down at the moment, and they're appealing for a handball. The referee will call. The medics, you have a look at the player who's gone down. It's another great chance, I have to say. It was a great chance indeed for the opener in this match. Goalkeeper have to have a look at how she missed the first opportunity that almost resulted in the opening goal in this game. Look at the previous match that they played, by the way. Goal scorer for respective teams in their matches that they played. Let's see now, a chance going forward. Long ball floated into the penalty area. Trying to go for something special there would have been. And she connected with that ball, but it just went wide and out. That was a great chance, but just missed. So let's see now how this one will pan out. This side of the field now. We've seen 10 minutes of football played. Massive wind blowing here as well in the Bongo in the first half of this game. University of Johannesburg looks slightly better in this match here today, but Baka had the best chance of this game.
Khangeleke nebhuti engumangaliso futhi mde wakhekile uBhaka unxibe unumber 17 apha ekuyabonakala nje uba zisuka nje uba ngaba UJ ayimqwalaseli kakuhle angabonzakalisa benethamsanqa ukuba ibhola yakhe uyise straight kukeeper nankuyana ngoku esebholeni thathwa ngokulula ke kambe lo bhola ngoku uye unomathamsanqa kasikweza khatywe ngamandla leyo Dineo Magagula hlaba enqineni kakhulu ifaka iparafini. Quick throw in Vasco da Gama. Ekhaphela wayonasa leya wayishepherd ufuna ukuqinisekisa ukuba akukho nto iza kumphatha kakubi. Ndithetha ngaye ke uShannon Macomo. Nangona ikhona inkwankcane ekhoyo kodwa iyanceda ukuba ilanga noko liphumile lona eTshwane namhlanje. Surface akudlalwa kuyo noko iphucukile. Khumbuleke imozulu recently ayikhange ibe yenzela ifavor yonke into edibene nesport. Baka trepa kakuhle lo bhola kodwa uphisile ngayo. Vasco da Gama nangona izazi uba idlala ne-UJ ithande ukuba bengathi kumgangatho phezulu kunabo kodwa bazixhiphulela. Williams kufuneka lumke khe waphantsi ubethwa ibhola apha eyibukele abethe ke epalini wabe uyasinda ngolo hlobo. Jamie Lee Vedboy bhola yakhe yophumela kwela cala lengapha le grandstand. Leading from the front. UJ baqala kakuhle ngokhawuleza okhulu apho ithuba elihle Chamase. Jessica Williams. Straight ezandleni. Practice catch. Karen Janssen. Bathelekisile. baqeqeshi gama sijonga pha Gilene kabuhlungwana kodwa ke siphumelele Shamase kuyothande ukuva ubuhlungu ekugqibeleni Ntombi enkulu lena agilene nayo So free kick Vasco afuna iwin yabo yokuqala kulena isizini khumbuleke zi-newbies ngabo ne-City Lads yasagqeberha lishwa ke imidlalo yabo yokuqala khange bayiphumelele kodwa ke into emnandi yokuba noko khange babethwe babhaxabulwe kuthiwe siyakwamkela kwi-league okanye kulo mgangatho phezulu kuba ke basuka ezantsi kwi-Sasol League apho bedlale kakuhle kakhulu futhi bade bongena kwi-final eyaphunyelelwa kwa iVasco da Gama lena sezayibona ke nayo City Lads kwanamhlanje action packed chilo ndathi i-feast namhlanje umuntu uyazikhethela le shot Petul Peterson umseki noba mhlambe besiye ezipalini okanye bekhangela phezulu kusinina ngathi naye akaqinisekanga ncam ingqeleke ingena bungozi komntu nokukhalazela imozulu tu namhlanje kuzole nasebukhweni bezinja nangona ikhona indawana nalithuba elihle apho phuma ukhipha ngokukhawuleza iseyichansi futhi mhlawumbe uzayipasa uzawukhaba oho wahlala emnatheni wababa wakhala uzoleka zisuka nje ingathi sokuqala sisiphathela amanqaku eyona nto ibilindelekile solid took her time Amanda Mthandi khangela pha ngokucothayo ball ifakwe emahashini through ball phuma ukhipha thatha ixesha lakhe ele wathi nantsi igap tsho phantsi kwaqhuma uthuli apho defender bese sithi hayi man ndiyayizama le nto kodwa ke ilishwa lakhe lelokuba akho nto benokuyenza phaya Thandi uthathe ixesha lakhe futhi waphola wazixelela into yokuba apha funeka ndizole wenze ngolo hlobo waphumelela 1-0 UJ ihamba phambili Amanda Mthandi uzifumanele inqaku lakhe ubhalile ebhodini season uyivulile ngalo ndlela so Vasco da Gama umcimbi usemagxeni akho ngoku uzawuresponda kanjani UJ kwaqala kwayo zisuka nje ibonakala uba abazange zakufeketha abazange zakudlalisa apha ona nje into yoba ngamanenekazi aqeqeshekileyo bane-structure kuyo yonke into abayenzayo khangela leya ibhola kwakhona nanku Umthandi goal scorer yethu lena namhlanje hambe kakuhle nalo bhola nanku kwakhona enawuka wanawuka ibetha kakuhle le ibhola kodwa komntu koyo bekhangela uba kanamfumana kusinina usiphumelele Shamasa kamfumenanga ngathi Umthandi uzaba luhlupho
Don't just drop, stand on, hold the line and step forward, eh? You're stepping too far back. When you get to your box, hold the line.
Magagula wabathelekisa zamuflika apho le ibhola kwakhona Kelebugile Phutu good ball Qhekezile offside trap apho ngoba uqhule futhi funeka ecrossile ele wasusa umuntu phambi kwakhe chance kwakhona Umthandi khabe ngeleft kwesihlandlo yaspina ibhola apha kwibhuti yakhe ayaya tu kwi-target. Wave of attacks ngoku kuyo UJ. Funa into ebilapha rhoqo xa bephethe ibhola bakhangeleka benobungozi. I-offside icace gca okwekati emhlophe ehlungwini. Phume yedwa eyinkabankaba apho umthandi. Kambe nguphuthu lowa. Ya izicacele ayixoxisi. Uyibona ukude leya xa utya carrots akho ngxaki. So free kick. Kesha Herman. Xhomile kakuhle ntungu ufuna ubhaka mde. Eza bhola iVasco uba binokwenza ngolo hlobo. Ikhangele nje uba inofumana ibhola eziphezulu. Angayinkathazo phaya. Bhola ezifana nalena nangona i-throw in kodwa ke funeka isetyenzisiwe. Abigail Peterson. Bayiwastile ke leyo. So iVasco kufuneka ibuye ngasemva uba izawukwazi kuzawucaca masikhangele futhi nalenye ithuba elihle nguphuthu umkile ubheka phambili kwa-18 bangenile funa into ebilapha apho thatha uba kurifile uMaseko. Chance kwakhona kodwa offside uAmanda Mthandi. So sifumene igoli yethu yokuqala i-20 minutes yokuqala siyibeke ngasemva logama sikhangela nje phaya nantsi enye offside izicacelele ya Bruno ngaphandle kokuthandabuza. Inandi into yoba ke kubekho amanqaku ngoba size emanqakweni asifuni maqanda apha imini yonke le.
It is a bit cold here, Zolani, so goals will be the only thing that will keep us very happy and excited now. Vasco with a chance for their own. Slightly ahead. Janssen arrived but just couldn't get to the ball. And a great chance for Vasco da Gama. He lost here. It's all about trying to win matches. That is very important. UJ leading here by 1-0. Join other teams that have already won 2 matches in a row at the start of this campaign. Mandam Tandi, Banyana International, finding the back of the net today. It's a big one indeed, I've got to say, for the team. Here they are now going forward and look at matches yesterday. 1-0, the full-time score with Thunderbirds winning against Durban Ladies. Richmond were in a very much good mood, fine mood of scoring goals as they went on a serious rounds in their match. And they therefore put themselves in a very good position after losing the opener by 10 goals. They fought back very hard and found the goals yesterday. This is what is very important, given how tight this league is looking like. Let's have a look at this one. Set piece now. Given. Long ball played in. Kakula comes out and collects easily. Ball one again. Tandi now in possession to the near side of the field. Run from deep, ball played in early. Cleared away this time by Vasco da Gama. Good 10. Good ball, offside. Everything looked very good until he looked up and he saw that there was a flag up on the near side of the field by the referee. Good decision. Good decision. The Western Cape side last week struggled a bit against Bloemfontein Celtic. The wind was also blowing there in the game they played. But they came back stronger and managed to find a goal But right at the end, made a mistake. Keeper now bringing the player down. No, says the referee. Still alive. A shot coming in. And Williams recovers. She's not having the best of debuts in Old by Super League, is she? As that ball played back. Pressure from Putu. Good goalkeeping. Made herself big. Didn't allow her to go around her. And eventually that ball was gathered by the goalkeeper afterwards. It was a great opportunity for them to get their second of the day. So ball cleared away on the far side of the field now by Vasco da Gama. Giving a rundown of matches that happened yesterday. UWC and Bloemfontein Celtic played to a goalless draw. Then there was a 3-1 victory for Coal City Wizards against Tsunami Queens. That was in Putadichaba. That game was played there. Then 1-0 Thunderbirds winning against Durban Ladies. Richmond United, they won 7-0 against First Touch. Then the JVW continued their fine start to the season, winning by 2-0 against Ma-Indies in Guyana. So Ma-Indies have lost back-to-back matches in the CS competition.
This one? Yes. Number 12. Number 12. Come this way.
So near side will be a throw-in this time to be taken by Vasco da Gama in the first half of this match. Ball played in this time, and it was Abigail Peterson. Free kick has been given by the referee. Free kick given by the referee. It's a chance for Karen Janssen to go forward. See the tackle there on her, and eventually going to the ground. So a free kick has been given. Long ball played in towards the far side. Keeper comes out. And it's easily collected by University of Johannesburg. They look forward now to try and get themselves going. Ball played by Mohadi Nkosi. Towards the line. Run being made on the far side now. Cutting inside. Looking for options. There's a run being made. Can literally lift up their head. There was a player making a run on the blind side, but nobody picking up. Janssen towards Baka, but the goalkeeper will tidy up at the back. It is Baka once again. Onside this time for Vasco! And they equalize! Beautifully executed. The pass from Baka, the execution afterwards. Absolutely brilliant. 1-1, we have a game on our hand now. Have a look at that. She was onside. But the well-weighted pass from Baka to pick out Astria Box. And Box just lobbying the approaching goalkeeper to make it 1-1. I tell you, they were always knocking, always looking to try and find the back of the net. And it doesn't get better than that. It is all level here at the moment. Karen Janssen, born in Durbanville in Cape Town. 21 years of age. Former team for Botasech is the team that she played for previously. For joining Vasco in 2018. As level matters here at the moment.
Here we go.
It looks like his box actually equalizing, by the way. It is indeed Box, Astria Box. Found a back on Karen Janssen. Karen Janssen was just next to her. But Box has found the back of the net. 1-1 the scoreline between the two teams. Oh my word, UJ, will they rue those chances they had? Some moments there where they could actually converted a few of them, but did not do so. Here's Masego for UJ on the far side. Seg is one of those players who've been around for UJ for a while now. Do you have a very young squad, I've got to say, UJ? Because even though she's one of the senior players, given the amount of years she's been here, she's still fairly young. Former under-20 international for South Africa. Also part of the USA team in 2019. Also was there last year, same thing as well. 6 caps for the South African under-20 team. That's it, Anna. Ball in, intercepted well by Vasco. Should be offside. Offside given. Rightfully so. Offside given, rightfully so by the referee. She opened the scoring, Amanda, and will be looking for her second of the season. At moments where she could have done exactly that. So the coaches have done their part. It was how good they responded, Vasco da Gama, after going a goal down. And they still looked and played positive football even though they had gone a goal down. It was only a matter of time before they found the equalizer. And then he did find the equalizer. It looks at sweet and very good indeed, I've got to say. The passing game of theirs was very good. Made a mistake, but they recovered well to find the back of the net afterwards. Coach Ashraf Calvert to be happy with the resource and how they actually came back and fought hard to get the equalizer. Ball stolen again. This time 30 minutes of football have come and gone. As on the Pongo, 1-1 the score line. Vasco da Gama finding the back of the net through Austria box to equalize. But exquisite pass that came through from Baka. Have to be applauded.
Indeed. Chilo ndati bazichithela baziyekelanga tu kwaphela osisi basentshona koloni kodwa ke bangasengxakini ngokwapha nalithuba elihle. Wow, confusion, abantu bane, goalkeeper ne-defenders ezintathu baphansi babona ibhola isiye emnatheni. Izawuba ingxaki ke leyo. La mathuba i-UJ bangabi izawayeka ngohlobo iyawuzisola. Zii-chances ezifanele into yoba ziyafakwa straight kungabe kulityaziso. Look at that. Jonga ugoalkeeper ujonge ngasemva uqala. Isibhudubhudu sesiphithiphithi khangela abathathu. Aphantse uyayichola ngasemva emnatheni. Banethamsanqa. Uba sibe sisathi 1-1. So free kick Vasco. Tsalwa kakuhle ibhola ubheka phambili pha. That boy. Quick throw in. Abigail Peterson. Straight and entloko. Phakathi naphakathi. Phinda kwakhona uPeterson wasebenza apha i-interceptor lobhola. Kwela cala lingapha yangoku i-UJ iyayifuna kodwa ithathwa ngokukhawuleza okukhulu apho nguye uBhaka ezapasi zakhe zinobungozi. Phuma uMagagula. Vasco da Gama khangeleka ngathi ine-appetite engumangaliso apha namhlanje. Mhlawumbi iyaqonda uba i-UJ ayiyo lento esicinga uba fanele iyiyo. Bayasoyikisa nje. Thuba elihle Chamase. Chamase ke udlala newele lakhe usiphumelele Chamase. Twentle kakhulu yokufumanisa into yoba kukho amawele. Interesting story. Ukhulele phaa kwindawo kuthiwa yiWaterloo eThekwini Municipality. Ekhuliswa ngumakhulu wabo bobabili. Bana 20 ngoku iminyaka. adlalile bemela uMzantsi Afrika naku One Nation Cup against Mexico under 17, against Brazil, against Japan. Very rare. Twin sisters zidlala football zombili. Header enhle lena kodwa ithathwa kakuhle lo bhola ibuyiselwa ngasemva nguskipper Jamie bad boy. Trepa kakuhle apho usiphumelele kuShamas. Gxothwa ngokukhaleza Zoe van der Ross. Baka iyeka lo bhola iyekela ku-Astra Box kodwa bayicutha ngokulula. UJ khangeleka ngathi nayo indawo yoba disorganized kancinane, ngathi iba-redlishile le nto le goal ingenileyo kubo. Abayotimi ikholwa kuconsider behleli nje, bakholwa kukufaka amanqaku bodwa.
Go to play now. You need to receive the ball. Let's open up. Let's play. Yeah. Abby, what's the back, Abby? Your shoulder.
Throw in. Kilebugile Putu.
Let's go.
Elwela lo bhola kwakhona chance lena. Ingaphinda kwakho isecaleni still ukhipha nalapho uyambona uba ingathi bengawubona umcimbi kakuhle. Thube lihleli. Look at that. Ivolley nje khangalibazise hlaba enqineni ngokukhawulezo Amanda Mthandi. Lukiselwa ibrace. Bawuthe chu ngolhlobo angahlala ufumane lakhe lesibini, khangeleka ngathi uncane ulambile futhi.
Patrol area is this one.
Nimble footed, quick foot. Sebenza pa Irene Joachim. Vasco ubangaba izinto zibambela ngalendlela. I'll be the happier of the two. Uba kuyiwa kwi-break kungekho nto iphinde yenzeka kubo. Petul Peterson.
To the feet.
Ujonga kakuhle uMagagula. Ba uSompempe uyamqwalaselana. Iline le yakhe ingathi iyaqabela kuyo rhoqo xa kuthatha ibhola ikhaba. I-goal kicks zakhe zinjalo zonke. Chance kwakhona lena le ibhola ingathi ibetheke esandleni bafuna i-handball. Penalty kodwa uSompempe akayivumanga yonke loo nto. UJ kwakhona ifuna ukuhlasela. Precious Mashiko uthiwe lo bhola ngokukhawuleza. Sompempe kodwa wakhawuleza ebona ngathi ukho umonzakalo wenzekayo. Bona pha imbineka lenzwakazi. Yellow card yokuqala. Iza kufunyanwa nguThubelihle Shamase. Ya masijonge kwenzeke ntoni phaya. Ya bebefuna ipenalty kodwa izicacele uba ebeze ngomva. Good refereeing. Khangeleka ngathi noko akho nto imandla. Uzawuphinda abuyele edabini kungekudala. Abigail Peterson. Rocket pocket. Oh, well done. laa bhola ibingathi izawuphuma umthandi kodwa wayithatha kakuhle wayihlaba ngokukhawuleza. Offside, marginal. Khona icacile be-offside. Futhi ke uncedisi kaSompempe uhleli kanye emgcini uyibone kakuhle ayikhange ibe yingxaki tu kuye.
Maybe I should play with 9 players, but keep it coming.
Alumdlalo ongasemva apho. Sompempe uzama uthetha gogo noRoxane Barker. Yeah, bhola ibetheke eyinikele umva inzima uba inganikezelwa njenge-penalty. Look at that. So mhlawumbi le free kick iyakuzana amathokazi okanye amaduna kwi-UJ. Shamase phezu kwebhola ayingeyedwa kambe ukhona noKabelo Mkwena bethiwe straight kukeeper yalula yahlala ezandleni akukho ngxaki apho. 5 minutes kuphele seleyo isiqingatha sokuqala sesisiphathela amanqaku amabini linye macala kodwa ngiqinisekile iVasco eyona yonwabileyo kuzojika ngoku iyakuya kwibreak ixolile. Emveni koko babona into yoba mabathini uAshraf Calvert kwakunye noAnna Munate. So far so good, Bruno.
It has been a very interesting first 45 between the two teams. And then Vasco da Gama, as you are saying, they will be the happier of the two, given how they fought back after going a goal down. Could have scored 1 or 2 more goals. But UJ will never look at a moment where they could have gone for a penalty. But they did not appeal that penalty. Good opportunity, and once again offside being called by the near side official. So far the officials have done very well, I've got to say. Coach Anna Munate does have a very young squad, but also Vasco has brought in a young team here. It's another player who's just around the age of 15 in the squad of Vasco da Gama. So they're building for the future as well. It's a good shot taken, I've got to say. Janssen taking a chance there, the goalkeeper equal to the task to collect that one. See there, snapshot on the 10, nothing much to the ball. The goalkeeper almost spelled it into the back of the net, I've got to say. Would have been a very embarrassing had that gone in, because there was not much power on the shot. But Noma Kagula almost put the ball into the back of the net. So Karen Janssen was the one who took the shot there for Vasco da Gama. Another brilliant tackle on the far side of the field. Ball collected through the middle for Vasco. Now there's another chance. This time ball paid across, nobody there. Do they get there? They do finally get into the penalty area. And the ball goes out, will be a goal kick given this time. Well, once again a chance for Box to find a second goal of this encounter. Ball played across the face of goal. And then easily intercepted finally. So JVW now have won their 2 matches at the start of this campaign. Sitting comfortably on 6 points at the moment. Another team that joined them on 6 points was Thunderbirds ladies with their win yesterday. The ball forward. And keeper comes out easily collecting that one. Four points for University of Western Cape and the Bloemfontein Celtic. Tackle coming in. Free kick has been given on the far side. Gold City got their first 3 points of the campaign. So now they've got 3 points. Tsunami Queens losing yesterday by 3-1. It means they've therefore gone to the bottom. Richmond just going above them because Richmond scored 7 yesterday. So Richmond now has a -1 goal difference, while Tsunami now are sitting on a -7 goal difference. So different there in that line. This season we will have relegation at the end of the season. So it is very important for teams to fight and try and stay in line, because otherwise you'll be relegated. The first 2 had no relegation at all. Free kick, University of Johannesburg. Long ball taken by the Orange Army. Ball just goes wide. Still looking for the second goal here. There's been opportunities galore for both teams. Try and find more goals in the first half of this match. Interesting to see what the coaches will do come the second half. Wind at the moment causing some problems. Been once. Under 2 hours, it is Sundowns in action. They will be taking on Golden Ladies. Game is always produce fireworks over the years. Long ball played in to the near side of the field again, collected by Vasco. They play across into the penalty area, lining it up nicely. It is Petula Peterson. Ball goes out to be a throw in the near side of the field. Taken by Abigail Peterson. And then Parker's header intercepted. Played in wide towards the far side. Making a run to get there, it is Zoe van der Ross. She's 14, turning 15, young lady from Hanover Park. Ball cleared. Oh, what an opportunity that was for Janssen. Ball collected by Akila Alfreds. Far side ball in the line here, van der Ross. Here comes a chance going forward, and it is Baka and Ko. And the throw-in has been given on the far side. They wanted a penalty, but not coming from the referee. There's opportunity for their captain, Jemily Vetboy, from Ravensmead in Cape Town. Played a football in Iceland. Amongst other teams that she's played for, Spurs Women's Football Club. IBV played for University of the Western Cape. Former N20 international for South Africa as well. And the picture is Astria Box, player that scored the equalizer here today.
Don't side, the other side, but the other side. Yeah, the close to Abby here. Don't close to Abby. Don't close to Abby. No more.
So the game does end this way. Vasco will get their first point of the season.
Abby, you playing on side. What's the line, Abby?
Blues Best Super League started in 2019-20. And the first edition had only 12 teams playing. And we had 2 more teams joining the league last season after JVW and Indies were promoted from the Sasol National League. And at the end of the last campaign, we saw 2 more teams being promoted, namely Vasco da Gama and City Lads. So at the end of this one, 2 will be relegated, 2 will be promoted. But we have had a first 45 minutes that has been quite good, I've got to say, between the 2 teams. But it was how they fought back after having gone down. She's a former international player for South Africa, by the way. Talking about Roxanne Baka. Tell you more about it in the second half of the story of how she's actually been. Young lady from Pietermaritzburg. But halftime score here at the Tshwane University of Technology main campus. University of Johannesburg 1, Vasco da Gama 1. So 16th minute, it was Mtandi opened the scoring, and then Box found the equalizer on the 27th minute after a fine supply that came through in the middle of the park from Baka. So let's have a look at this here. Ball possession overall, 53 to University of Johannesburg and 47 to Vasco da Gama. Only one yellow card issued overall by the referee, and shot on target 4-3. Scoreline should have been 4-3, the way they've actually gone, the two teams, in today's match here. But it is 1-1 at half-time between the two teams. Vasco da Gama up against University of Johannesburg. So, Vusiwe, we expected a very good game. Got to tell you, very sleek, slightly chilly in Pretoria, but they've dished out some good football overall.
Thank you so much to Brian Mufokeng, part of our commentary team here this morning. We really did expect this one to be a scorcher of an encounter, and so far these two teams have absolutely delivered in terms of that. Of course, Amanda Mtandi finding the opening goal for the home side UJ here, and Vasco da Gama were really quick to respond to that and then finding the equalizer themselves. We saw Roxanne Barker being pivotal so far in this encounter. She gave that assist, of course, to Astria Box to equalize, and we do go into this half-time break sitting on a 1-1 scoreline. So it's all to play for in the second half to see which team will take away the 3 points. Kodwa okamanje sathathe khefu omasijika nje emva kwekhefu iqembu lethu studio will analyze what has taken place rather in the first 45. Stay tuned.
Voetspore Zambesi, 'n splinternuwe reeks. Ons volg die magtige rivier van sy oorsprong in die noordweste van Zambië deur Barotseland tot waar die Zambesi met die Victoria valle in die Batoka skeur stort. En dan is dit verder na Mosambiek.
Die inspirasie vir my op hierdie reis, die Zambesi van sy oorsprong tot by die see, is ongetwyfeld die rivier self.
Om die rivier self te beleef en te sien hoe die mense dit benut, maar dit word nog bietjie baie min benut volgens my.
Hoekom die reeks vir my uitgestaan het, was ek dink die feit dat voetspore weer in Afrika was.
Want Suid-Afrika is baie anders as ons buurlande. En wat daarmee gepaard gaan is daai gevoel van avontuur en mens word verras baie keer op elke hoek en draai met goed wat totaal onverwags is.
Ek weet ek het nou die jaar by Gideon oorgeneem as fotograaf, maar Afrika maak dit so maklik om die mooiste goed af te neem, die emosie te skep.
Dis op ons voorstoep, so dit is van ons buur Afrika lande. Dis bereikbaar vir die mense en dit kan goeie inligting gee en reisbeplanning om na die reeks te kyk. Ek dink is haalbaar vir baie Suid-Afrikaners om te kom kyk hoe lyk dit in Zambië, Zimbabwe en in Mosambiek. Ek dink die reeks kan baie insiggewend wees.
Die mense, veral hier in Mosambiek vir my, as ek sien hoe hierdie vrouens 4 uur in die oggend moet opstaan om net 20 liter water moet gaan kry om skorrelgoed te was of om iets te drink. Doen die moeite en probeer die uitkom. Probeer in Afrika opkom.
Dit was nou my 9ste trip hier saam met die voetspore span. Dit was eintlik my lekkerste reis hierdie jaar.
As jy in Afrika kom reis, jy kry onmiddellik daai gevoel van dat die tydsverloop verander. En ek dink ons het daarbey aangepas. Ek dink wat my hierdie reeks besonder gemaak is dat dit het ons tyd moes neem om vas te vang.
Wat lekker is dat in Afrika het jy geen twyfel dat jy die kontinent ruik en proe en sien en beleef elke oomblik wanneer jy deur hom reis nie. Ek het agtergekom dat ek dit eintlik gemis het die afgelope klomp jare het. Dit het my net weer eens daarvan bewus gemaak dat ek is 'n Afrikaan en ek is onlosmaaklik deel van hierdie kontinent.
A new adventure awaits this April on SABC2.
It is a goal apiece between the University of Johannesburg and Vasco da Gama after 45 minutes of play in the first of 3 matches that we will be showing you of the Hollywood-Bed Super League. Of course, the action is happening at the TUT main campus. I'm Xolizondo, still joined by Siphiwe Mkhonza and Gloria Brown. It's seeming like after the first half, these teams are evenly matched. What would you say?
Very impressed by Vasco application. I thought they look at this first, they can build from this first half. If we look at the Ashraf teams, for me, they give it direct confrontation in the midfield, which now it doesn't allow UJ to establish control. Every time they control, it results in a turnover. But with Vasco, they've got a weapon on the side, on the right-hand side, which is Upox. I think they need to use her more because UJ are holding a high line. Normally, when you hold a high line, if you don't have speed, anything that is played behind the defense, obviously it results in counter attack. So if they can use Upox more in terms of her speed, I think we're going to have a very good second half.
Gloria, who's going into the change room at halftime the happier of the two?
Without a doubt, you'd look at the newbies, that is Vasco. They are the team playing away from home, who have come into the side knowing that they're playing a team that has got experience in the Hollywood bed, being coached by a formidable coach with great credibility. However, all of that is on paper. On the park, they have been matched by a very young and enthusiastic side that is really being able to close them down. Yes, there are areas of lapse of concentration here and there, but in terms of being able to do the basics, they look so structured. That is Vasco. They look so structured. In actual fact, more organized, and you can see it speaks to the coach, Ashraf, who is a coach that emphasizes on organization as well as balance in his side. Astria Box on the right-hand side has been very good. On the left-hand side, you're seeing Karen Jensen. That is giving a lot of problems. But it's in the middle of the park where you've seen former goalkeeper Roxanne Barker really dish out those Mnandi passes that would impress Mkhonza. And I think she's really been involved in almost every attack going forward. And she's got such a calm persona about how she does things in the midfield.
Sure. Well, the away team, the debutants, were the ones who started things off in terms of the action as early as the 4th minute. We saw the Roxanne Barker with that early attempt.
A good cross from Upox. I think away the numerical in the box, they had an advantage in Vasco. But if you look at this cross, Baxter is ready for the second phase, and she went directly into the goal. Good save from Makakula. But these were the signs good box is going to give problems on the right-hand side. But also, Usistora highlighted the important part. Barker is very influential at that midfield. I like the fact that she recognizes the space and you have to utilize her. And if she's not giving her attention, it's also dangerous for Vasco.
All right, and in terms of Refilwe Maseko, we know in the last encounter she was the one who scored. Lana having that attempt at goal, so unlucky hitting the post.
Absolutely unlucky, but she spotted the keeper was in no man's land and very much rooted. And unfortunately for the goalkeeper, Jessica Williams, she seems to have picked up a bit of weight, which means in terms of mobility, she will lack the mobility going down to the ground. And you can see the intention of that ball was to pass it to the far right, which would have expected the goalkeeper to be a lot more nimble, to be a lot more on her toes, and that wasn't to be. That was certainly the early signs from UJ where you would have expected them to really bury that opportunity.
Sure, and in terms of Amanda Mtandi, in their match against Hull City Wizards last week, she had assisted in that goal for Maseko, and this time around being the one who's the goal scorer.
They were caught live, Vasco, in terms of holding a high line. Maseko plays between the 2 centre-backs. Again, it breaks. Umtandi, who's very pacey and doesn't need to allow the space. Because look how she breaks, but again, she's calm, she puts herself, because goalkeeper sometimes, he presents, most of the players, they're afraid, but she said, I'm going through, whatever Williams does, this is how I'm going to finish, but I'm happy with the fact that persistency and saying the tenacity, I'm not going to stop, regardless of whether there's 5-on-5 challenge between the min and the goalkeeper.
Also impressive is your composure, Gamtandi, in that instance.
Yeah.
Well, she's showing experience. This is a former Banyana international. Amanda Mtandi will bury those opportunities. Yeah. But again, you've got to look at the goalkeeper in that instance. She went out to close the angle. The one thing that she did, which she didn't get right, was the second opportunity where she tried to dive for the ball and she missed. Because that is where Amanda was given another opportunity to correct her mistake. But she had cover in Joachim in goal, and that ball was just a little too fast for Joachim to recover to protect it from the net.
Well, even though Vasco were trailing in that instance, they were not backing down. But in terms of Peterson here, will be slightly disappointed with that missed opportunity.
I think it's a direct ball to Parker, who makes a flick in that situation. I think the question now, Peterson was indecisive. I should have passed to Johnson or not, because this situation is two versus one. She should have gone for goal directly than to make a cross, because Masakajai cross is like emotional decision that you are making. For me in that situation, rather go straight for a goal if you are indecisive. To be selfish in that situation, because now you're not so sure whether she's crossing or she's passing Johnson in that situation. So rather go for goal directly.
Vasco da Gama were knocking, and finally the door was opened up, and that was through Astria Box. She scored the equalizer, made no mistake, and found the back of the net.
Impressive in this move. One's got to really take it back a little to have a look at Roxanne Parker, how she uses her body to protect the defender from taking that ball. She actually stands very firm, but that ball, dissecting it between the defender and making sure that it's nicely weighted. For Astria, all she needed to do was to put that ball in the back of the net. But a lot of the work was actually done by Roxanne to put through a wonderful ball that got her to make sure that she's onside and finding the net.
I think this is I mean, it's been coming. It was alarming. The signal from which everything goes through Parker with how Vasco attacks. It's their second half is going to be the same, because they are aware of the speed of Box. But again, what Vasco needs to do more, two things. Broken focus, you lose game. So you need to be more focused, but limit the rotation from UJ. Numbers, space and time, try to as manager as I can tell you, UJ will struggle to get results.
Well, it is definitely going to be a fiery second half at the TUT main campus. Let's take you through to the second half action in commentary. Brian Mofokeng, Nozolani Pong.
Wait.
Siphinde sinamkele kwakhona ke apha eTUT umdlalo uyaqala ngalendlela isiqingatha sesibini sibamba amanqaku amabini linye maqala ukanti ke kukho notshintsho olwenzekayo kula maqela omabini sizawubona uba izinto zizawusiphatha njani na ubheka phambili. Mhlawumbi ke ubuchule kukuba kule mizuzu yokuqala abahlaselayo bahlaselele ukuba noko makubekho uxinzelelo abazalufaka ngokukhawuleza okudibene nokunqawa.
Watch your back, Zoe!
Baqeqeshi kuzawucaca uba ingabe mhlawumbi bathethe rhabaxa okanye bathethe benoncumo kubadlali babo kusinina ngexesha lekhefu. Free kick kwela cala lingapha e-UJ. Bola iza kuthathwa ngu-Precious Mashego. Thomentungo lo bhola kodwa iya straight ezandleni. Jessica Williams wayithatha lula wayihlaba enqineni wathelekisa ngoko nangoko. kodwa ngasemva usabhokile uShannon Makomo. Oops. Kilana kabuhlungu apha uCaptain. Evumbuluka apha ushiya umuntu elele. Kazoyikuseli ke tulo Captain kuyabonakala. Cross engakhange ibe inobungozi leya. Siqale kuqala. Tubelihle eli. Ubaba ngalisebenzisa uKaren Jansen. Shiwe kodwa bethwa ngepace ngasemva pha. Kabelo Mkwena wathi ndafika kuqala ebholeni. Long throw in, Zoe van der Ross. Selusana. Well held up, Parker. Oops. This is Zembe apho. Precious Mashego. Bona nje Pauba inexperience. Zoe van der Ross. Suke wancane. Chance yattackle na kwakhona ngoku kweliqela UJ. Substitute. Mthandi ipasi yakhe inhle kakhulu. Fika kambe bavala ngasemva. Khona kick engicinga uba yokuqala yomdlalo. First half iphele kungekho nenye kona kick. Khaba ngenqina lasekunene izawuba i-outswinga le.
That's a correct one.
Ethile kakuhle ifuna inhloko. Thande uba nobungozi la nhloko. Shannon kodwa ke wamyekile. Waphumelela.
Recover, Roxy.
Sompempe kambe unqandile.
Debo.
Ncedo lokuqala bafikile baphinda baphuma.
Get come back.
Wenzeka ntoni ngoku?
Get come back.
Drop ball. Bona phi confirmation Sassman phumile indawo yakhe thatha ku Peterson.
Let's play ball, come let's go. Go got it.
Parker. Mthanda indlela abulldozer ngayo uRoxanne Parker. Akaziyekeli, uyazi uba unomzimba omkhulu, unamathambo. futhi uyisebenzisa to her full advantage.
Come, let's go, keep right, come on. Find spaces, you got these spaces, you go to the opponent. Come on, out there.
Throw in here, Vasco. Abakilele kabuhlungu. Shannon. Yeah, stronger kokucothayo pha. Yeah. Headbutt.
Let's go, when you have the ball, come to the ball and play. Don't run away, we're all running. Come, play. Come on. Ball's right. Put out, leave the space for Gareth.
Yenza ke headbutt nasebholeni ayikho manqindini kuphela. Makuphakanye kubhekwe edabini. Karen Jansen, she's okay. Lackluster first 10 minutes. Your second half. Akukho nto ingathi ne-urgency. Mhlawumbi noba bathi sawulinda kuvela ikroba. Van der Roos. Good one. Ophoza kakuhle apho. Baka. Yenge kakuhle ngasemva. Thelekisa ubheka phambili. Jansen. Baka kwakhona. Hlaba kakuhle ibhola yakho Baka. Chance kwela cala lingapha ya uba ngakho into enokwenzeka. Ufuna ubox, Astra box. Ofake inqaku labo iVasco. Well, bayekile i-opportunity ebinhle ivelile. Dlala ngathi badiniwe ngoku. Kodwa ke kusekusasa. Inkomo isakhothi enye eli kakhulu. Chithwa lo bhola ngasemva nguShannon. Dibanisa noThubelihle. Shamase. Emahashini. Good defending. Akila Alfreds. Buyela kuye wayitrapha kakuhle futhi. Nice one. Wathi awugqiba wayikhuphela ngaphandle.
Okay. Akila, don't press. Trouble with it.
Quick throw in. Mashego. Foul. Ambeke phansi kabuhlungu apho Astra box. Sompembe ukhangeleka ngathi uzawukhe abe nento okuthetha. Ya uyamnika iwarning uPrecious Mashego. So 10 minutes yokuqala kwi-second half iphelile kodwa awukabikho nto ingako. Khangeleka benako nokungathi kukudinwa kodwa ndiyaqiniseka ayikokudinwa inokuba ikhona into mhlawumbi abasafuna ukuyilunga-lungisa. Enye ixesha ke nee-changes ziyayenza into yokuba kube khona noko izinto ngathi akudityana kakuhle. Sizawubona kodwa ndiqinisekile 1-1 ayonto yoneleyo.
Most definitely, as he sees that B ball played in and just gone offside. It's gone offside. The player for University of Johannesburg was miles ahead. I have to say, well spotted by the far side official. Now in the second half of this match, in case just joined us, both goals came in the first half of this encounter. Austria Box scored the equalizer, and Tandy scored the opener. Yes, Box on the near side, takes on a marker, plays the ball in, cleared away this time on the near side of the field. So I was talking about the twin sisters of Shamase. Still remember, I covered that World Cup in 2018 in Uruguay. We were coached then by Coach Shorty. Simpiwe Jojo. Amongst the players in the squad, Maseko was there as well, to mention some of the players. Your Dlaminis of this world were there. Sibulele Holweni was part of the squad as well for the South African under 17 team. So UJ about to make changes here in the second half. Now, an interesting story about Roxanne Parker. I still remember when I covered the youth teams of South Africa, she was a goalkeeper there. She was also a goalkeeper at Banyana level. And before changing to convert to be where she's playing at the moment. The favorite player is Petra Cech. It is number 17 of Vasco da Gama. See now, change about to happen. There's a player in the picture there. It's Keshia Hammond, born in Parkwood in Cape Town, 20 years of age. So now, Bryden Mokobi is about to be introduced by University of Johannesburg. So the other twin sister will make way. So we'll only have one Shamasa sister on the field of play. One of Bryden's sister, or one of the sisters will remain on the field of play for University of Johannesburg. Anytime they put a long ball, fading goalkeeper comes out, gets a hand to it. Second bite of the cherry, header coming in, still alive. Tell you, the goalkeeper skating on thin ice, I've got to say. And she's gotten away with murder a few times today in this game. So there she went and just couldn't handle. Lucky escape for her. Chance in UJ and just wide. So now we have a corner kick given to University of Johannesburg. That corner of today. And Mtandi will take. Mtandi's got 19 caps for Banyana, by the way, with seven goals to go with it as well. Long ball from here. Goalkeeper comes out and miss. But a goalkeeper, another chance. Another moment there. Jessica Williams has fumbled a few of those and she should have been punished once again, yeah. Backpedaling, missed the ball completely. And somehow, nobody could get at the end of it. Even though they got a touch, just put it behind. So lucky escape for Vasco da Gama. But they're giving the ball back to University of Johannesburg. I have to say, this one has to be very tight. This one has to be very tight once again from the referee. Oof. Oh, very, very close. Almost in. It was almost in, I've got to say. A fraction should have been in easily. But Vasco are really holding their line so well at the back. Every time UJ comes up and try to play the ball long, so there's somebody. Just see now towards Baka. But ball goes out of play. Gets the ball back, Baka. Short ball from here. Support going forward. Vasco da Gama into the penalty area. What a tackle. Just in time to get the ball away. Just in time to get the ball away. Just in a nick of time to get the ball away. She had to be on the money. Precious Nigiwe Mashego. 22 from Bushbuck Reach. Former player for Nico Taurus FC before becoming part of University of Johannesburg. Joined them as a matriculant in 2019, by the way. She's been there ever since as part of the team. Well, the goalkeeper Dineo Makakula from Sipako in Limpopo. Now let's see this chance for Vasco. Long ball played in. It's alive and away finally. Feel trying to get the ball away early. A mistake by University of Johannesburg. Vasco will get there. Ball kept in play, knocks on the shin of the player wearing the colors of UJ. Will be a throw into Vasco da Gama. Janssen doing very well to get there first. Karin Janssen did well to get there first. They scored the only goal for them, I've got to say, this season. Before today was the last game they played against Bloemfontein Celtic Ladies, where they finished losing the game by 2-1. Did have a scorer on the day, by the way. The scorer for them was Jordan Butman was the goal scorer for them on the day. Kaleban Mushakwane was a goal scorer. Cynthia Makete scored a penalty right at the end of that match against the Bloemfontein Celtic. So that's Roxanne Baka, former South African under 20 and Banyana goalkeeper, now playing as an infield player for the Vasco da Gama team. Full name Roxanne Kimberly Baka. Long ball towards the far post. Keeper makes a meal of it, and a chance and save by the goalkeeper. Makakula missed the height of the ball completely. An offside given. So look at that ball. Played in. Oh, I tell you. There's no way there's an offside there when the ball was played in. And it was a beautiful, beautiful ball set up. Keeper misjudged the ball completely. Unless they feel that she fouled the goalkeeper, which I don't really see where they came from. But Makakula saved the blushes, literally. Because that was in. That was definitely in. Player's gone down. It's bleeding as well, I've got to say. So normally Sundowns are sitting here. Thalia, amongst those that are watching on. Kekana used to play here before, by the way, as part of the TUT team before moving to Mamelodi Sundowns ladies. Did not have the best of debuts last week when they played against my Indies, so they're in action next. That's the second game that's coming up today. So that's what happened. I don't think it was intentional at all. Didn't even see her coming from behind and just slight smack on her face, and that's why she went down immediately. So ZB, 20 minutes in the second half have come and gone. Still no goal scored, but what a moment. That would have been a howler for Makakula had that gone in.
Beyakuzisola kakhulu. Biyaba embarrassment engumangaliso leya. Ndiyazi namhlanje okhipha ingathi bobabini bane off day ethile. Khona amaxesha apho uqonda uba ngathi abaqiniseka incam. Qeqeshi lowa. Munati khangela phaa ii-chances ebifunyenwe yi-UJ namhlanje. Bangakhange bakwazi uzigqibezela. Khangela nantsi enye ifumble kwakhona nguWilliams lowo. Confusion abadlali bade babathathu beVasco. Mthandi apho ebefuna ufaka inqaku lakhe. So yeah, zikhona nje ii-chances ekucacube noko mhlawumbi uzawuthi ke kuse-early isizini kuba ke kudlalwa imidlalo yesibini amanye amaqela kodwa ke zizinto kuzafuneka baziqwalasele. Jonga phaa shots at goal, UJ ina 10 kanti Vasco ziyi-3 kuphela kwi-target 4-3. Enye yazo ke ndiqinisekile zezi goals sinazo zingu-1 macala. Shannon Baka uphazamisile apho. Free kick. Baka nendlela nje yodwa adlala ngayo ethanda uba unique uBaka. Presence yakhe qinisekile opponent nayiphine edlala naye iyayifilisha. Unento nje etshoyo uba ndikho ndiqwalasele. Sebenza phaa kwi-defense nomathabisanqa Squeza. Khokela umzekelo omhle. So siqale uqala Mashego. Movement enhle lena iyathembisa kodwa la final third still UJ. Now agitated umqeqeshi wabo ngaphandle pha. Keva kamnandi tu kwaphela. Ana yakhalaza njalo. Onside. Chance, oh my word. Oh. Ingathi bafune ukuzirefra phaya. Khangeleka ngathi offside kodwa bayekiwe kodwa dlalani niqhekezile lo offside trap apho. Bazirefra ngokwabo. Mukobi. Bazixolisa ngekhona. Should have been a goal. Players bezintathu zizodwa nje. Outswinger. Hloko ziyafuneka. Phumile Williams. Beke emajukujukwini ibhola kaSqueza. Ayimphazamisanga tu Williams. Jonge phana khona, not convincing at all. And I'm goalkeeper of the tournament. Can back close Nalena. Repepes Gomka. Oh, sure. Etepsweni kabuhlungu. Umukobi. Uyivile. That hit. Good play, Refilwe. Mukobi kwakhona uyayilwela ibhola yakhe. Fike wafuna ukwenza utshintsho wachisa. Kodwa uhlangene no Astra box othi ayikhona. Zakuboxa. Foul by Baka. Khona enye change ezakwenzeka. Ngathi kubuya uVan der Ross. Bengaphandle kodwa ukhona utshintsho out of your picture olungathi lungenzeka kwiVasco da Gama. Banjonge kakuhle Mantombi Jinga. Nganguye ongenayo. Williams wayithatha ngokulula leni ibhola. manje ujonga mhlawumbe uzawungena endaweni kabani ujinqa maxesha ayahamba wona ebhodini kunzima i-UJ ayikwazi uqophoza iVasco ivalile chance yoba babheke phambili Van der Roos Barker zama uthelekisa ufuna uJohnson akamfumenanga Mashego yeah xesha le-change lifikile Karen Jansen nguye ozawuphuma indawo yakhe ithathwa ngumantombi Jinqi confirmation good defending Barker thathiwe lo bhola lula Shamase thuba elihle khumbuleke usiphelele uye waphuma yena usiphumelele kambe wele lakhe Captain Sikweza that should be a foul thuba elihle ufike bayasokolisa mpela ngoku apha Omugobi so i-chance kwakhona e-UJ bikhona indlela mhlawumbi bafake inqaku lokuphumelela uyafuna ngokucinga uba onokufaka elo nqaku angaba ubheke empumelelweni but who knows oh not too far again the keeper nearly caught flat-footed uyayibona kodwa my goodness sure you don't want to be a coach so Bruno ingathi idabi lokhipha namhlanje liphuma kwelinye indlela kodwa yona nto ingenzekiyo abakapanish.
Let's see this chance now for UJ again. I don't know, ZB. Today is Sunday. You always say Sunday is a good day, but it doesn't seem like it today. One team should have scored, or maybe they just want to share spoils more than anything else today. The two teams. Look more like they just want to share points. Nobody wants to win this game today. UJ are the biggest culprit in the second half. Same thing happened in the first half for UJ. So the coach of UJ will not be the happy of the two. Here they are again, University of Johannesburg. Ball cleared away, goes in wide towards the far side. Collected here by Precious. In the ball on the far side, offside has been given. Offside given on the far side of the field by the referee. Suppose that matters. Both teams have only scored one today. So how will this one end? Don't forget, coming up in a bit, Sundowns will be in action against Golden Ladies. Later on, TUT against another new team, City Lads. So they'll be playing against. Ball played wide. Cross expected. It's a good ball this year. Behind the goalkeeper has come out. And that's a good clearance. At the end of the day, corner kick will be given. Beautiful ball, I tell you. The run on the far side was perfect. But equally so was a tackle to get that ball away. Time to get the ball away was Abigail Peterson. Thumbs up from Tandi. She knew that was well placed for her to finish. But this time, ball cleared away. Now, another chance for UJ. Shot! And into the back of the net. First time shot. That's what they should have done the whole day. They've finally done it. They kept on fighting, trying to find a second goal. Missed opportunities, but it was never to be. The sister might have left the field of play, but the sister represents the family very well. Look at the touch. Beautifully executed from her. And there we have it. 2-1 UJ goal. Tubelise. Shamase. Bewi Tubelise, indeed. She was waiting and patiently put the ball past the goalkeeper. The number of players around the goalkeeper made sure that she did not see the ball straight very late. But that's what UJ have lacked for most of this game. That killer instinct. And Tubelise has done exactly that. Chansey now, can they get their third? No, the ball goes out. Second half of this game, UJ have now taken the lead again. Can Vasco find the equalizer again? Can they find the goal again? UJ, forward they go. It would have been an offside. Well read this time. So it will be a very good day to celebrate for the family. Of Shamase after a beautiful finish for Tubelise to level matters in this encounter. Here they are again. Long ball played towards the far side. And just laid back this time. Shot coming in! Oh, what a save! What a save by the goalkeeper this time. The layback, beautiful. The shot that came in. Oh, Williams, full stretch and get that ball away. So Shamase looking for a second goal in a space of about 2 minutes. And she was not far off. You can see from the reaction. She knows that should have been one for the bragging when she gets home. To her twin sister to say, you know what, you might have left, but I scored one for you and one for me as well. But this time around, the goalkeeper was equal to the task. Very young team, I have to say, this one here by Coach Anamunati, and look at the squad that she has. So remember, a few years ago, the Shamase twins They're part of a team that played in a tournament in Germany, where they're part of the Etegwini municipality team that went there. Brilliant to watch over the years they've been. Mistake by UJ. Can they be punished? No, they cannot. Precious goes around and eventually clears the ball, goes out of play. Precious Nikiwe Mashego tidies up at the back. He's been part of the team for a while already now, I've got to say. Precious. Box get the ball back. Free kick given against it, this time by the referee. It's been a glimpse of the performance from her overall. Got to say, in her defense, she was fouled initially, so it should have been given to her. So instead of being given against her. So it looks like William has gone down. Williams now getting a soccer boot sorted. So you can see thumbs up there coming from the goalkeeper. So she needed somebody to help with the soccer boots because she's got gloves on, by the way. And so therefore Anamunati will be the smiling of the two coaches. And the coach for Vasco da Gama, by the way, very experienced campaign, I've got to say, when it comes to the coaching batches. So there's a lot to look forward to from what he brings to the team of Vasco da Gama. Anamunati, veteran in South African football over the years. A lot of players you've seen Banyana fold have come through. So seen a long ball played in for UJ. Keeper comes out, makes a meal of it. And now getting the ball collected by Vasco da Gama. I'm loving at the moment is that a lot of coaches are getting their coaching patches. So we're going to have a wealth of experience coming through. See some of those also. Another long ball, another one forward, box coming in. Astria Box plays the ball into the center. Nobody there. So Putu getting there, but ball cleared away from her. And the ball that has gone out this time on the near side of the field. 5 remains before we come to the end of this game. UJ leading by 2-1. It will be 2 wins in a row for them. It will be 2 wins in a row for them at the start of this campaign. It should be a good one for them, I've got to say. I mean, how they performed last season overall. So you look at their performance, University of Johannesburg, in comparison to last season and the first season in the Hollywood Bet Super League. In 2019-20, they finished 8th overall. They dropped 1 place to 9th overall last season. But now they go forward into the penalty area. Chance in for UJ. Chance in for a shot again. And just wide. So on the bongo. Finally, UJ, the pressure paid off, but he took a special goal to make it 2-1.
Ingathi bafuna enye ngoku futhi. Ndihlala ndithetha into yokuba xa kusithwa imizuzu emihlanu ngonyaka wonke lo. Nanto ayisenokwenzeka kulo mizuzu. Khangelana ngoku nalithuba offside. Offside. Bonelisile Nzimande no Bryden Mukobi bafike benza utshintsho ngokwenene olucacayo nolubonakalayo. So utshintsho lokugqibela endicinga uba ingalo lokugqibela ke kambe kwiqela leVasco. Khangeleka ngathi sawubona uGeneve Miller ungena endaweni yemveku uZoe van der Ross. Uzaba na 15 kungekudala sengubhaba. So Miller mhlawumbi ungenza into ibonakale. Vasco yahlasela. Oh, Sikweza bambethile. Chance kwakhona, good ball. Uthini uSompempe kwela cala lincedisayo uthi enye offside. Kubhaqwe urefilwe eMaseko. Jokers yangapha eBushbuck Ridge. Squazer faka phakathi lo bhola ekhawulezile lapho kuthuba elihle. Shamase mhlawumbi igoli yakhe ingaba yi-winning goal namhlanje okanye iVasco, do they have other ideas? Not now. Bethekile leyo yahamba yophumela kwela cala lingaphaya. Baka chance yakhe mhlawumbe uzawugqibezela thini, sebenza ngasemva pha uShannon, kodwa ke nantsi enye ichance kwakhona ye-UJ. Kuyafuneka bazama ungena bangabi offside, balumke nje loo nto. Nantsi kwakhona Brighton Mukobi, good ball kwela cala lingaphaya. Ichance enhle lena, i-UJ ingayigqiba lena igame namhlanje. Igqibile 3-1 wababa. Akakhali yabhomboloza uzoleka ngoku. Umqeqeshi yavuma uthi tsi niphantsi uninyusela nge-high kodwa ke ngelingeni. Look at that, good pace. Jonga ukhipha beka kakuhle ecaleni, good pass. It's a clean goal. Bafike babonakala bendithethlele nto ngotshintsho olufike lwenzeka apha. I-UJ ingathi noko umcimbi ngoku iwubeke kwelokulibala. Vasco khangeleka ngathi intaba kubo ngoku lena. Ayubalula tu kwaphela uba bangafumana nto. Qondi nexesha elininzi elizawufakelwa uba ngalininzi kangako ze balumke. So nazo i-goals phaya, confirmation. Mthandi, Shamase, noMukwena, Kabelo Mukwena. Ukanti Astria Box nguye ofumene elokubika ekhaya. Anywhere will do kwi-UJ. Xesha ebhodini liphelile. Sikwimfefe zikaSompempe ngoku. Kwakhona nankuya uMkwena wagabadula kwela cala lingaphaya. Uzayicrossa kakuhle lo bhola kodwa wafika. Uyithathile kakuhle lo bhola kodwa uWilliams ngasemva. Skipper uyibukele nje lena iqabela phezu kwenhloko yakhe akho ngxaki. Uzawuphola ngasemva uMagagula. Kathuba lithile uMagagula bekhe waphansi ukwenza iblooper. Waske wajiva watakataka phezu kwebhola. uSompempe uzawukunika i-yellow card Magagula. Udineo. Udineo usibonisa i-dance moves ngoku. Uthi nakwi-football ikhona le showboating. Mthandi. Oh. Wajika umuntu Mthandi wamfundisa inombolo yakhe. Buyisela ngasemva umkwena lo bhola. uMagagula uzophinda jive not this time. Uthi no kunongekhe ehle lowo. Mizuzu mithathu efakelweyo. Sikwesibini kambe kuleyo ifakelweyo. Astra tackle ebekwe kuye. Amandla nguPrince kambe egxebe ku Ntokazi uNzimande. Ya agilene kabuhlungwana phaya. Bonelisiwe Nzimande. She's up and running. Astra box. Angathanda uba ngaflambi afumane ibrace yakhe. Bethiwe kakuhle lo bhola wayibukela uDineo Magagula iphuma ecaleni. Ayinabungozi ibhola esuke kwinyawo zikaMantombi Jinqa. Ngene njengelalela. So umzuzu ngokugqibela. Intaba ithande ukuba ibe inde inyuke kakhulu kwiqela leVasco da Gama baphulukana nomdlalo wesibini ilandelelana ekubeni babe bebethiwe kumdlalo wabo oqala. UJ iform yabo ihamba ibheka phambili yenyuka ngalondlela. Bafumana iwin. Well, anqiniseki ke ngalena i-change yenzekayo ngokwapha. Sekwakufane kwenziwe ke qha. Burahadi Kekana ngena ithini lento ubonelisile Zimande nengene njenge substitute iyaphinda iyaphuma nobe kufunwa nje uba uRahadi afumane into ethi benike ndangene baleni. So yaphela ke ngolo hlobo umdlalo iyakuba imincili imivuyo uchulumanco emnandi kakhulu yona kwiqela le-UJ. Manqaku amathathu kwelinye bawuphumelela umdlalo wabo wesibini. Badlale kakuhle so far. Basivulele kakuhle ke namhlanje. Full time score. University of Johannesburg mathathu kwelinye leVasco da Gama. Jonga manani khangela pha possession okoko bebeyibambile kwangela xesha ibi first half 54-46 ukanti yellow cards inye kuphela esiyifumeneyo namhlanje neza kona ze-UJ ezi6 zonke kodwa pha okubalulekileyo eza shots at goal utarget wabo bamenzile ngoba ke out of 7 i3 bayifake phakathi yokuqokelelwa ngasemva ku-goalkeeper uJessica Williams wayo iVasco da Gama. Basuke eKapa eNtshona Koloni baza kubuyela eNtshona Koloni bengaphethanga nto. Elishwa qeqesho wabo Ashraf Calvert kuzafuneka benomsebenzi omninzi efuneka wenzile. So sishiya ngolo hlobo ke thina imicimbi enamanani sikhangele ke uMapholoba Vusiwe Ngcobo uphethe iman of okanye player of the match.
Sibonge kakhulu ku-commentary team yethu namhlanje uZolani Wakalu Zoleka Bongo as well as Brian Bruno Mufukeng. We are now joined by the team from Hollywood Bets, Mahlako Mahlakwane, who is the area manager for West Rand, to announce to us the player of the match. Mahlako, it's over to you.
Good morning, everyone. So the Hollywood Bets player of the match is Amanda Tandi.
Congratulations, Amanda, and of course, Matlako, they're just doing the handover of that trophy and the 2,000 Rand prize money. Amanda, siswami angijela ukuthi sizwa kanjani ke performance yakho namhlanje neyeqembu lenu?
I think we played very well, but in the first half we had so many chances that we created and couldn't capitalize. I think it's something we have to go back to the drawing board and fix it. Even last week we did the same thing. We need to be clinical in front of goals, and then going forward we'll win more games.
All in all, you are happy here today because you guys have won 2 of your 2 games so far and have recorded 6 points.
Yes, thank you, and it's good to have a good start.
Thank you so much. That is, of course, the player of the match in this Hollywood Bets Super League encounter where we saw the University of Johannesburg up against the newcomers, Vasco da Gama. We now do bring in the winning coach, Coach Anna Munati. Coach Sigbonile, very agitated during this game, namhlanje, and seeming frustrated on the sidelines. But all in all, you were able to find the 3 goals and the 3 points. Performance
I get at least grade 1, and of which is a very good thing for me because we started good and we even finished the game in a very good tempo. So I'm happy. Even though I still need to go back or agitated again, frustrated because sometimes so something to fail over wine. But anyway, Vasco, we played a good game. We ran for our points.
Coach, congratulations here today. 6 out of 6.
Oh, thank you so much.
That is Coach Waya Munate of UJ, the winning team here today. We now do bring in the losing coach, Coach Ashraf Calvert. Ashraf, just your thoughts on this encounter here today. We saw quite a number of opportunities and also getting away with some things, especially in the goalkeeping department. We would have expected more goals to be scored by UJ given some of those errors.
Yeah, and I think a lot of factors we can go to the drawing board, traveling hours, something our ladies are not used to. I mean, we had some nice chances in the early stage of the game. Could have changed the game, but unfortunately didn't go our way. But that's football. We take it, we learn. We're here to learn this season. We'll choose our games where we can. This game was there for the taking. Could have gone either way, but well done to UJ. They were more hungry, and they came out tops at the end of the day. Yeah.
Coach, hard luck here today.
Thank you very much.
That is, of course, Coach Ashraf Calvert of the losing side here today, Vasco da Gama. And basically, that's how we wrap up the action in this first encounter that we will be bringing you live here today. We do still have 2 more games to bring to you. But Simbonilu, player of the match, Amanda Mtandi, finding the opening goal in the 16th minute, and then extra box, finding the equalizer for Vasco da Gama. Kodwa elodwa lamawela wakashamase wabuya ke yena ku second half wathola igol lesibili for UJ. And then, of course, just in the dying minutes of this encounter, we did see Kabelo Mukwena finding the 3rd goal and the 3 points for UJ. It's a good start to this afternoon or this morning, going into afternoon football action. And on that note, to say, Vala, okwamanje, sibuyela back to Ikamble to Elsa Studio.
Siyabonga Mangobo. Huge congratulations there to Amanda Mtandi, Anna Munati, and the entire UJ Football Club. Of course, now it is a 100% record for them in terms of their 2 games that they've started. They have now won 3 goals against 1 to Vasco da Gama. The history books will show that their very first meeting in the Hollywood Bets Super League ended in victory. Let's take a look at some of those goals that came through. Really electric. And of course, it started things off there in the very beginning.
Killer pass from Umasega in that instance. Obviously, Mtandi, good relay, and she was on side. I love the fact how she finished because the goalkeeper was already on the floor.
And there we see Roxanne Boxer passing a beautiful ball, and making no mistake is Astra Box, who was quite a revelation on the right-hand side.
Of course, in the 77th minute, it was Ushamase who scored, and the winning goal coming in from Mukabelo Mukwena.
Standard situation, but again, let's talk about this one where a defender, Mukwena, breaks on the right after a high line that was held by Vasco. Good finish for a defender.
Gloria, I need to ask you where it went wrong for Vasco, because at that halftime break, they were looking very strong. And just like that match against Bloemfontein Celtic last week, they were 1-1 at halftime, lost it in the end. Namanje again, 1-1 at halftime and losing it in the end.
We've got to look at this team and say they have come up to the important part of women's football, which is a notch up. They're conceding in critical phases of the match, which is from the 80th minute. In their previous match, they conceded in the 82nd minute. That's where they lost it. In today's game, again, they conceded in the 80th minute. That speaks to the lack of concentration, perhaps focus. Yeah. We also got to remember that they're traveling from quite a distance. They're from the Western Cape. And these are things that they're not used to doing. So here they are. These are going to expect they're going to draw a lot more from the players. So it's a learning curve, and they'll certainly fix these things as they progress.
And that's exactly what their coach, Ashraf Calvert, says. They are really learning. But for Vasco da Gama, not a great start to the season, losing their first 2 games. Let's take a quick ad break. Umasbuya, it is the defending champions, Sundowns ladies, who will be taking on Golden Ladies. We'll have the build-up for you, and kickoff for that match will be at 11:30.
Please note that the official date for analog television switch-off is the 31st of March 2022. If you're still watching television through an aerial, please take the following steps to continue watching your favorite programs on the SABC. Buy a digital tuner for your analog TV set and get connected. Buy any digital television decoder, either satellite or digital terrestrial, and get connected. Buy a smart television and connect through an aerial. If you can't afford any of the above, please contact your nearest post office for more information on how to connect. For more information, please WhatsApp 0600 625 458 or call 0860 736 832.
Here we go again. Speed, precision, excellence, German excellence, where youth run circles around experience, while experience shows the youth just why they've lasted this long. It's tactics over tackles, counter-attacks versus ultra-defense, machines with heart. This season, the passion of Mzansi yet again meets the excellence of Germany.
What a goal! What a start to the new season.
This is the German Bundesliga. Catch all the action of the Bundesliga this season on the SABC Sport channel on DTT, OpenView channel 124 and S3. Also available on Telkom 1. SABC Sport is the home of football and we love it here.
The lights come on and flash.
What they need most of all, Jenny, is some luck.
Action got underway, but look at this card. It's a very different and challenging role.
Oh, Taylor's rolled!
W Series, the world's first female-only racing series.
This time, it supports the global circus of Formula One.
We go green, very good start. Rines goes to the inside too. It's a historic day for Porsche as they take their first Formula E win.
Welcome back once again on this beautiful Workers' Day. It is match number 2 of 3 that we promised you today. The defending champions, Mamelodi Sundowns, who coming into this match after a victory are taking on a Golden Ladies side from Mahikeng, who unfortunately for them lost 2-1 against Thunderbirds last week. So they will be in search for their first victory of the season. I am Xoli Zondo. We're still coming to you from Auckland Park right here in Johannesburg. And I am still joined by Uspiwe Mkonza, no Gloria Brown. It is now 2 of 3 of our triple header. The defending champions who are now taking on Golden Ladies. Excited for this encounter?
Very excited with this encounter. If you go back to last week, Sundowns struggled to beat Ama Indies. So I see from the lineup perspective, there are 2 survivors from that team last week. You can tell Gutucheri wants to come out different in terms of the outlook. He was not happy with the application last week, so he feels good. For his stature say to as a current champions, we need to be only collecting points. But I'm hoping that the elasticity hasn't been found out, or I'm hoping with Nairashang is ceiling, because sometimes you might play around the lineup, the players that you have, but can you still offer more? Because he's been there for long. I'm not saying they must let him go, but I'm hoping that he will find himself in terms of the elasticity. Like how does he expand himself as a coach? Because you've been winning. Now, what's next? Because most of the ceiling in the only way man question.
And for Golden Ladies as well, record that they have against Mamelodi Sundowns ladies, having never beat them in the past 2 seasons. So today they've got quite a hill to climb.
It goes without saying, you got to face reality. You are dealing with the defending champions, the defending league champions. You're talking about 8 players that are part of the national setup, be it at under 20 level. And realistically speaking, it's been a difficult time. They've conceded 13 goals in their head-to-head. When you're looking at the fixtures that they played 2019, Mamelodi Sundowns winning by 4-0 and 2-1, and in the 2020 series, in Mamelodi Sundowns winning by 3-1 and 4-1. So they've got to look at their defense and say, do they have the arsenal? Do they have the players to ensure that they create the discomfort and not allow Mamelodi Sundowns the free passage to goal? And that we're looking forward to see a different Golden Ladies.
Yeah, but also Sundowns ladies should not be underestimating this Golden Ladies side, even though they know that they've beaten them on 4 occasions. And just in terms of this updated log, still seeing their Tsunami Queens, my Indies, at the very bottom of the table. You do know that this season, of course, we do have the relegation and promotions that are happening. Golden Ladies, Yamabona right now, 12th position. They will be taking on Sundowns ladies. This log quite telling of just, you know, the very early stages of the tournament so far.
But it doesn't give the clear picture, but also must understand, it's a season. Sometimes you want to start collecting points as quick as possible to try to gather as many points. But again, if you look at the top half, obviously, you'd expect to find EJVW on top. They've been scoring goals. 12 already in 2 games. It tells the stories in terms of getting goals. But again, you just said it very nice, Mount. You can't write off Sundowns because of the last week's match. Let's see how they turn up today. The application will be important for Bona, but we must also not overlook Bloemfontein Celtics.
Of course, UJ there in 2nd position after their 3-1 victory against Vasco da Gama. Mamelodi Sundowns finding themselves in 7th position, but of course a win for them today will catapult them to one of the top 4 positions. Well, just in terms of how Golden Ladies and Mamelodi Sundowns have fared in the past seasons, let's take a look at this update.
Playing their home matches at the Northwest University Mafikeng campus, Golden Ladies is one of the teams that doesn't want to be reminded of their position and performance in the 2021 Hollywood Better Super League season. They finished 13th on the log, just a spot above the tail enders, having won only 5 games, drawn 1 and lost a massive 20 matches. What was also concerning about Golden Ladies last season was their leaky defense. They led in a total of 65 goals, a 2nd worst defensive record in the league after bottom of the log Tsunami Queens, who conceded 87 goals in their 26 matches. They lost 4 of their last 5 matches, and it was an indication that the team still had a lot of work to do come the new season. The sole representatives of the Northwest Province, Golden Ladies, have no choice but to do better. They did not have a good start last week as they went down 2-1 at home to Thunderbirds FC. They come up against the reigning champions and African champion ladies, a team which completed a double over them as they were brushed aside 2-1 and 4-0 respectively. The Brazilians did not have a comfortable start last weekend as my Indies had planned properly on the day and frustrated the visitors with their defensive organization. But what was also more impressive on the my Indies last week was to see a team playing within a structure, and it remains to be seen as to how many teams will be able to approach Sundowns like my Indies did. Coach Jerry Shabalala will be the first to admit that his team needs to approach the game with the mentality of a champion who is eager to show her level.
One thing's for sure, it is imperative that Golden Ladies get a victory today or register some points, because last season they finished 13th. And Mangatsuya Pega, Itsunami Queens had lost 21 matches, but now they lost only 20. That was really the only difference between the two sides. So Wamele this season, minds are sure, they are racking up more wins and more draws.
Relegation, I mean, if you go back to season 2019-2020, they finished 9th. And last season they finished 13th. So if you look at a report, your team, when you do a report, you sit down and say, we haven't done well last season. We've dropped standard, and hence we finished 13th. And obviously from the defensive point of view, they've considered over 65 goals. For me, I've always said, when you build a team through a strong defense, how your team attacks, it's linked to how you defend. So I think they need to work so much on their defensive play, which helps them to attack freely without worrying about defending. But against Sundowns, that best scoring side have scored 87 goals last season. So it tells you a story. It's going to be a chalk and cheese and contrast, Vandak, because Sundowns are a free scoring side versus a team that is leaky defense from last season. Hopefully this season the coaches work so much I've worked so much on our defensive play, which is critical.
Yes, I wonder how much of an officiating pain are we going to have today? Because last week we look at the goal that was scored by Umishe Minis that was offside, the penalty that was awarded and converted by Urabale that maybe should not have been. Those are some of the errors that we hope not to see once again, because that led to the victory, Sundowns.
Football, regrettably, well, there's a human element to it, and referees will always make mistakes. However, we need to really up our games in all departments. And we're talking about relegation and promotion, and that can really be the difference if the decisions are not on point. And I also want to believe that SAFA would have done a lot to their referees to get them to be on point, or to get them to improve the level of officiating. Because we're talking about money, we're talking about promotion and relegation, you're talking about sponsors and things like that. So the officiating today will have to be strong, especially in actual fact in all games, not only in the game against where Mamelodi Sundowns is playing, because a lot of teams feel hard done by. My Indies one in particular would believe that last week they won that game 1-0 if the officiating was up to scratch. And I think a lot of people who watched that game would have really agreed with the 2 goals that were conceded, that technically they shouldn't have been given. But put that aside, today is a different ball game. We expect that officiating is certainly a notch up, and Mamelodi Sundowns will have to be at their best today as well.
The defending champions have to be at their very best, but they're taking on a Golden Ladies side that has never defeated them in 4 matches. Will the ladies from Mahikeng turn the tide? When we come back from the ad break, we hear from the respective coaches.
I am the beginning. I am a noon, the light of 1 trillion stars, the sun reflecting on the moon. I am the coalescing of cosmic stardust into an infinite universe, vibrating, oscillating, reverberating, condensing into a body of focused potential, into sounds of Hosanna. I am more than one body. I am a being of 2 aspects, of light and shadow. I am made to yin and yang, to zig and zag. I am black and white and every color chakra in between. I am a spectrum of spirit, a mosaic of thoughts. I am a tapestry of emotions, a kaleidoscope of life. I am the 3rd eye glimpsing into the 4th dimension. I am the one who bends space and alters time. I am the faith that shapes Inverno. I bear a cross to strengthen my body. I consume the Quran to challenge my mind. I savor the Torah to enrich my soul. I walk an inward path, a lifelong journey, a sadhana back to myself. I am that I am. SABC Religion. Feed your soul.
Welcome back. Sisaqhubeka nge-triple header Hollywood Bets Super League, and in the match that is coming up very soon, defending champions Sundowns ladies are taking on Golden Ladies. Let's now hear from the coach of the season, UJ Shabalala.
Mamelodi Sundowns ladies coach Jerry Shabalala joins us now. Coach, siyazi ukuthi isizini, even though iqale with a victory, it was one that you really had to fight for against my Indies. So coming into lo mdlalo namhlanje, awusitshela ukuthi nizimisele kanjani nokuthi mhlambe yiziphi izinto eniyishintshile ukuze nikwazi ukuthola amaphuzu amathathu.
Look, our last week game against my Indies wasn't an easy one, but we've done with that game. We've gone on it. We've learned. We've seen our mistake. What happened. Look, today we've made a couple of few changes into the starting lineup. We brought Andile Dlamini in goals. I would say more or less the players that finished the game are the players that will be starting. So basically we're trying today to say, look, let us go back to our strength. We know we are one team that can play through the wing back. Lucky enough, we also brought in Tweni Murifi. She's back, Tweni Murifi. So we're looking forward to this game. And look, we've tried something new last week. It worked for first 30 to 45 minutes, but at some point there was a time where we felt like it was crumbling. But we decided to go back to the way we play. So today we're going to start with Talia Smith also in the middle of the park, just to try and give us that depth in the middle of the park, and attack with Roda Malauti and Andy Swimto. So this shows that we want to go out for 3 points, especially in the first half. If possible, if we could create a lot of chances, I think we'll convert them and we'll be home and dry.
Sure, and that is the starting lineup for Sundowns ladies. Gloria there, we are seeing Misha Minis not making the starting lineup for this time around.
I think coach is really being aware of the opposition and making sure that he goes according to the trusted and the tested players, because when you look at that lineup, it's a completely different lineup, and I'm only seeing 2 survivors from the team that played last week, and Andile Dlamini comes in goal. She's our Banyana #1, and you're seeing players like Tweni Murifi. You know that he likes to play a very expansive games, and those are the players that give you the pace and the width, especially when you use your wing backs. Andisiwe Mgoy, the goal poacher, is back in the starting lineup. She came off the bench in the previous game, but Misha Minis will slowly have to earn her place. She'll have to work hard, and it's going to be very difficult because she's up against very experienced player in Rhoda Mlaudzi and Mgoy, and when you're looking at Lerato Khasako, those are also other players that you'd have to fight for.
It's also very good news that their captain, Zanele Nhlapo, is back. Also there with Tweni Murifi, a player that knows how to score against Golden Ladies, has done it twice before.
I think if you lalele coach, you'll realize good. Last week, he wanted to integrate the new players into the team. So Magakuluma Uti, we want to go back to our strength. So Ubonut last week, yes, integration in terms of adaptation quotient was not as smooth as he expected it. Corner. So that's why this week Ubona Mko is coming back into the lineup. You've seen Andile Dlamini, the #1 goalkeeper, coming back into the lineup. But I want you to pay attention to Rabali. I think last week she won the man of the match, but again, she was very influential and dangerous, especially when she's in possession.
Oh, yeah, no, she's definitely going to be an integral player. Let's also hear from the visiting side, Golden Ladies, who are all the way from Mafikeng. Here is their coach.
Golden Ladies coach Nzeku now joins us. Now, coach, siyazi ukuthi umdlalo wenu wangeviki elidlule you went down 2-1 to Thunderbirds. Maningi amathuba eniwatholile kulowo mdlalo kodwa anikwazanga kwasebenzisa mhlambe yinto engathi nifuna ukuyilungisa namhlanje ngoba niyazi ukuthi nizobe nidlala ne-defending champions Mamelodi Sundowns.
Yeah, Mama Ngcobo, thank you for this opportunity. You see, when you miss chances, you get punished. We prepare in terms of coming to this game. We know as much as we respect Sundowns, they've got quality players, we respect that one. But at the end of the day, we all need the 3 point. We are here not in terms of we undermine Sundowns. That's a big team. We are going to go all out. The preparation that we have done in terms of, you can see up front today, we have put 3 strikers. We have more. We are hungry for goals. We need goals. We have changed there and there. Whereas from last week games that we have strike with lonely strike, today we have put 3 strikers, and then those are the changes that we have done.
Umlungisi Nzegu, of course, are looking for a victory, the very first one against Sundowns ladies. Also very good there to see last week's scorer, Untimane, also making the starting lineup.
I think what's important with what coach I show a corner, it's the fact that he's starting with 3 strikers. There's a constant defensive pressure. He's saying he wants to pin Sundowns because he knows Sundowns plays 3 at the back. So he's going 3 versus 3. So it's going to be a direct confrontation between his offensive side versus a three-man defensive Sundowns. We're hoping they'll be able to transition the ball from defense to attack into the front 3 as quick as possible. But with Sundowns, I said it even last week, it's also about limiting rotation here, ball, circulation of ball, but also press at the right areas at the right times. You need to synchronize how you press because Sundowns, they've got that quality to be able to dictate games, but it's not just about dictating, it's about establishing control and occupy the dangerous spaces, which if you're a team that plays against Sundowns, you need to manage time, numbers and space. And I can assure you, you'll hit Sundowns.
And also, Sundowns is a team that really can score and score quite a lot. You know, they come into this match having conceded those 2 goals against Thunderbirds, so that goalkeeping department is going to be pivotal.
It will have to be very pivotal, but I'm seeing a very changed team for Golden Ladies. When you look at that entire lineup, you don't see a player like Shabangu, you don't see Masiane, you're seeing Dineo Khakane, who was a very good defender last season. She's been relegated to the bench. So you're basically seeing Mlungisi Nzegu's hand playing out here to say, I'm a new coach, I'm bringing in new players, and we're going to see and hopefully see a different Golden Ladies. They were certainly on the whipping side of the teams, conceding 65 goals. Enzel Vichura, that's a new player. So it's quite exciting to be able to see these players being unveiled.
Sure, now that we do know what the starting teams are going to be looking like, I'm now going to be asking the question, do you think Golden Ladies can make history, you know, and turn things around and find that first victory against Sundowns ladies? Is this the time that they can do that?
Quality prevails over energy, so I think Sundowns will win today.
Kodwa sibonile ukuthi badlale kanjani last week.
Don't read too much. Don't read too much last week.
Yeah.
Uqala different today, and I can assure you, this is Sundowns ezokora ke fanda.
All right, so ungayibeka kuphi ke score mhlawumbe?
City 4-0.
4-0.
Yeah.
Okay, so we do know that they have beaten Golden Ladies 4-0. That was in that 2019 season. Last season, they beat them 4-1 in one of the matches. Gloria, do you see something like that happening again?
There will be plenty of goals today. Sundowns will definitely dominate, they'll dictate, and they'll ensure that they execute. They are the team that everyone is looking forward to. 3-1 would be a fair score.
A 3-1 would be a fair score. That was also a score that we had in 2021. So really not giving much to Golden Ladies. But what would convince you in terms of their play, especially in the first half, they've got a chance of at least securing a victory?
Sometimes, we need to be realistic. A team in transition, a coach who wants to instill philosophy in DNA. It takes some time. It doesn't just happen smoothly at the speed of seconds. So I think you are playing a Sundowns that you've seen what they've done last season. And the lineup is Sundowns, consistency, continuity. So you're talking about a well-polished team, Sundowns, and well-coached against a team that is in transition. So what do you give? You give a team that is well-polished, which is an advantage.
Also, a little bit of pressure here on Andisiwe Mgoi as well to at least get onto the scoring sheet after winning the top goal scorer joint on 27 goals last season. Ganye no Rhoda Mulaudzi, because in the previous season, she had also won the Golden Boot on 36. So both of these players are going to at least want to get onto the score sheet today.
For any striker, their job is to score goals. Yeah. Andisiwe Mgoi, one of those that knows how to handle pressure, a seasoned player who's traveled around. But for Rhoda Mlaudzi, definitely a season she'd want to put behind her and maybe play her football. She joined them midway through the season, but again, playing out of position. She's definitely a player that I would hope this season is given the opportunity to play in her rightful position. She'll get you the goals. So getting the pressure, they can deal with it. And getting the goals.
Yeah, and especially very good to have leadership like Uzanele Nhlapo also back for Sundowns. You know, that is going to help elevate their game today.
Sometimes the leadership brings inspiration to the team.
Yeah.
She leads from the front, she leads by example. also when she talks to other players, there are times Pele came in, it requires ukuthi sikhulume siringe sitshelane ukuthi indoda ngiyakukhumbuza now my responsibilities work. So I've seen in a couple of games as a leader, she's not just wearing a band because your toss or set up a toss lapper. She's very inspired. We are inspired a team going forward, and when chips are down, she's a player to go to.
Well, it's going to be a very interesting one. For Golden Ladies, it really can be phenomenal if they're able to secure victory today. It will be their very first victory against a Sundowns Ladies that has beaten them on 4 occasions. But of course, for Sundowns, they want to make sure that they do have that 100% record starting in the Hollywood Bets Super League. Let's now take you through to our administrative capital, that is Tshwane, where the action is happening at the Tshwane University of Technology. Sundowns Ladies taking on Golden Ladies. Ubani uzonqoba? Brian Mufugeng, Zolani Bongo, they are in commentary.
Thank you very much, and welcome back to the TUT Stadium in Pretoria. It is the second game of today, and Mamelodi Sundowns defending champions, back-to-back champions they are, up against Golden Ladies in one expects to be a very interesting tie given the way Mamelodi Sundowns performed last week in their last game when they played against Indies Ladies in their last encounter. And the coach saying they made a few changes. In fact, one of those in the goalkeeping department. We saw Ndile Dlamini returning into the starting 11 after Sao Rabola was the one in goals in a previous encounter. And then Bukimelo Rabale got player of the match in the last game. Does get a start again. Roda Mulauti as well as Sandisiwe Mkoyi all came from the bench, are in the starting 11. And talk about the likes of Atalia Lauren Smith came off the bench. And then a first appearance for Choni Murithi this season. Chantel Esau also came off the bench. Does get a start today for Masanda One among the changes made by their coach Jerry Shabalala. So Sundowns up against Golden Ladies. There have been matches before between the two teams, and Sundowns are yet to lose a game against Golden Ladies, by the way. First time they met was on the 16th of November 2019. Sundowns won that game by 3-1. Then they met again on the 15th of December, which was almost a month later. And it was another victory for Sundowns, 4-1. Choni Murithi, a goal scorer. Ramulaud scored a brace. Tokhonolo Mashiho scored a goal as well. Then there was also a chance there. Bongiwe Tusi, Lelona Deweti Murithi scored. Tokhonolo Mashiho on the score sheet. The Sundowns walked away victorious 4-0 before they played their last game on the 6th of October last year. Sundowns won the game by 2-1. Chantel Asau, as well as Sandisiwe Mkoyi, scored a goal. Shamani Lindiways, they were lady in charge today. And Sintuya Tenkosi as well as Throiswa Kifue and Msiza Amokhelang, those are the one in charge. Tanele Tapo, the captain of Asandawana. So we're going to have a toss here before the game kicks off. The captain of Mamelodi Sundowns, Tanele Tapo, an experienced campaigner. It's again in the starting 11 today to see another player who's joining her for the toss. Captain of Golden Ladies, Rebetsu Mulami. He's a player that comes across. So, see exactly who will win the toss and what will happen in this game. Masandawana are the team that is playing at home because they are in Tshwane and they are the home team because they're the ones drawn that way. Let's have a look at the starting 11. Ndile Dlamini getting a first start of the season. Other players getting a first start. Talia Smith came off the bench. Does get a start. Choni Murithi, Roda Mulauti, and Sandisiwe Mkoyi all came off the bench and do get starts here. Chantel Esau is that a player that came off the bench in a previous encounter for Mamelodi Sundowns. Michelle Minas was a goal scorer in the previous encounter. Tshwane Bongo, you've seen changes here. Matume Parker is the one that was in the starting 11 in the previous one, but there's been a change in the media today for the team. Also, Chantel Ntimane scored a goal as well in the previous match.
Sinjalo Bruno umvile umqeqeshe sitsho esithi kufuneka angababonise imbeko tu kwaphela kuba kaloku kufuneka besebenzile. Ansel Ventura naye uChantel Ntimane ngabona thembele ngabo pha phambili ngoba ke uza kuthelekisa ngabo kodwa ke uzumjonge uSonti Tsotetsi ngoba ke umcimbi ubaluleke kakhulu kodwa uzujonge napha ebenchini uDineo Khakane ukhona phaya kanti ke oyena muntu ndimqondayo uba uza kube ebaphethe kakubi kakhulu Kiyore Kitswe ka Shomeng uzumqwalasele xa eye wafumana ithuba lokuba angene. Ixesha ngoku leloba ke sithi zole cwaka tu umzuzwana ukwenzela into yokuba sinike imbeko kwabo baye basandulela elihlabathi, including i-commissioner yethu. Yeah, sibanikile ke imbeko including i-commissioner yethu, kanti ke nabo basanduleleyo, ukanti ke sibaqhwabela izandla abo basasebenzayo ngakumbi kwisebe lezempilo. Liza kusuka lihlale ke Brino, ingathi noko imini ngoku iyavuma. Noko nalangqele besiyibambile ekseni ithanda ukusuduka kancinane.
So the starting 11 has been announced by the two coaches. They've done their job. It is now time for the players to deliver on the field of play for the respective teams. Golden Ladies have never won a game against Sundowns. Can today be the day? Made a few accusations. So we see now this one is going to be between the two teams. Only the Sundowns will try and get their second win of the season. It was made very difficult for them last week. It was not an easy walk for them in the game they played. See that tackle very early. So Sundowns with the ball on the far side, and ball collected here. Low power by Golden Ladies very early, taken forward. Well, read and intercepted this time around. So this team here from the Northwest Province lost their opener by 2-1 against the Thunderbirds. But now they have an opportunity to try and stop the reigning champions. We lost the game in open play. Chance in! And there we have it. She returns to the goal today. Chweni Murifi did not start in a previous game, has found the back of the net upon a return. That's what she brings you. She was not part of the team in a previous match, and a first start today, and she has found the back of the net against Golden Ladies yet again. That's 3 in 3 against the Golden Ladies by Chweni Murifi in matches they played against Golden Ladies over the years. So now how will they return? How do they fight back? Scored a goal when they played a home game against Golden Ladies last season. Scored a goal also in a previous match against Golden Ladies, so she makes it a habit to score against them. Rabale goes for long range. And Rabale sends us over straight to the stands. Itumelo Rabale was player of the match in the last game. In fact, it was Talia Smith who actually took the shot now. That's that ball played in. So it's Talia Smith who actually took the shot. Rabale is inside the penalty area for the Mamelodi Sundowns team. Talia Smith from Stanfontein in Cape Town. That's where she hails from. So 1-0 the scoreline is at the moment in favor. So let's see now how this one is going to work out for Mamelodi Sundowns ladies. Have a free kick. This one is Boitumelo Rabale, the Lesotho international, former Bloemfontein Celtic player. Step forward, sends a long one. Cleared away, corner kick will be. So let's see how this one will be lined up for Sundowns. They have a set piece. Corner kick it is now for Masandawana. First 5 minutes of this game. Beautiful ball floated in. This one. Header again. Just wide. Talia Smith for Sundowns. The ball towards it. It's Apo. So among those in the starting 11, ball play towards the far side. Collected here by Makubela. Early ball towards Esau. Rami made a shot coming in. There should be an easy tap in. Goi, what is she doing? Murifi, and they balloon it. And they should have converted the second one, Sundowns. Look at that ball floated in. Paid across, and then Ngoi gets it. She took too long. Murifi then came in eventually. Khasaho sends that to the stands. The ball just moved away from her. She couldn't do much about it. And by the time Murifi got the ball, and Khasaho tried something, and the ball straight over the crossbar to the stands. What an opportunity it was there for Sundowns to double their lead in this game, and they're unable to do so. Unable to do so, Sundowns here at the start of this game. Oyi was one of those, scored 27 goals last season. Joint top scorer for last season alongside Nompumelelo Nyandeni, who's played assist yesterday for JVW's goal. Khadi scored a brace yesterday, by the way, as they won by 2-0. So this is how the goal came about. Have a look at this. Good ball rotation. Ball moved in and swiftly collected. She didn't need a second touch. First time touch into the back of the net. 1-0. Sundowns ladies goal. Trini Murifi opening up the account for the season. Born in Lonsdale in Mulechi in Limpopo. There she was born, Trini Murifi. So Mamidi Sundowns on the punt seat here leading in their game. So Talia Smith, one of the Banyana players, played in their recent matches when they played against Algeria and France, respectively. So she too will be hoping that today she gets things going, because she was a sub in her first game, came off the bench for the team. Today she just get a start. Maybe the Sundowns ladies, the wealth of experience they have in this team, absolutely brilliant. The male counterpart yesterday qualifying for the Nedbank Cup final. They will be in action on the 22nd of May in a game against Marumo Gallants. Zanele Ntapo. Talia Smith. Great mistake from Rabale. Gets the ball back. Early ball, penalty area. Mulauti's ball paid in! And Ngoi puts it into the back of the net. Rhoda Mulauti's cross, and then this time they do combine once again, but she does finish this time around. This looked more difficult than the first opportunity she had, but she has converted it. She is finally on the score sheet. Andy Siwe Ngoi has finally found a first goal of the season for Sundowns ladies. Toe poke. She needed a toe poke. Kickoff time to put the ball into the back of the net. Murithi was lurking, waiting for a chance. But then she managed to put it into the back of the net. Makubela. There's a Sawi in there for Sundowns, but ball cleared away. Smith gets the ball back. Long ball played forward this time for Mamidi Sundowns ladies. Intercepted. So scored a goal here at the start of this campaign. She came in as a sub in the previous game, but today she starts and she finds the back of the net. Thank you very much to the coaching team. Sundowns 2-0 up in the first 10 minutes. We in for a goal first today, that's the question. Many Sundowns have now found the back of the net twice in this matchup here against Golden Ladies. So 10 minutes have come and gone between the two teams. Should have been 3 already for Sundowns. Goi missed a great opportunity, but she converted one that looked difficult. They still have a chance. It is Mulauti header. Keeper comes out and collects this time around. Zepi.
Ingxaki yokuba ingathi kungona abaqalayo kusekusasa inkomo isakhothenye ndibona into ishukuma mnapha ingathi ukhipha uMatome Mphaka namhlanje uzawumane esithi gqolo uyakuthatha ibhola emnatheni. I-Sundowns ladies ayihleki nanye ehlekisayo ubabona nje xa bephethe ibhola uqonde ukuba ngokwenene iquality lena umgangatho phezulu bayabila. Ndikhe ndayithetha ke lento ndathi i-feast lesikuphathela yona namhlanje kuzafuneka ke wena uzibambele ipisi uphinde uyokhangela enye uthathe islice ingayi ngamandla imininde asikazi uhamba apha sonti tsotetsi thatha lo bhola ishiya ngasemva amogelang Mpudi bazawuleqa izithunzi nalo ixhala lam naku captain Zanele Poshian Chapo 30-year-old cool, calm and collected. Icucumber lena jonga nje uhlobo abayibethe ngalo ibhola khangela pha umugolola xekhangela lentokazi yakwamurifi phakathi esazulwini sebala ngulerato Gasako sika kakuhle leya ibhola uboyitumelo Rabale yazoyika ezi zithunzi zizawuleqwa yi-Golden Ladies. Veronica Mukhale mfutshane kunabo bonke apha ebaleni ingqaphane Sundowns ndayoyikisela le nto Rabale kambe xebe kuzawuba nzinginzingi kube nzinyana apha kwi-ladies bapholile phezu kwebhola Sompempe uthi umdlalo mawuqhubeke ingayingozi kwakhona lena eyebhasi netrain sebenzile pha defense ye-ladies Golden Ladies khangele apha ethwe kabuhlungu ethwe kanyapha elivalweni agilene kabuhlungu phaya ya elivalweni Chantel Ntimane ya nguye ofumene ubuhlungu basam-athenda lo gama kuzawuthathwa i-corner kick ye-Sundowns ladies. Ncedo lokuqala likhelile. Phethe umyalezo pha uSontitso Tetsi. Umyalezo ovela kwi-coaching staff. Bama benze njani. Inswinga. Phezulu ixhonyiwe entungo. Funa inhloko. Kuzaba kudala apha. Join Murifi. Oops. Xapho. Mkholola. Uthiwe lo bhola kodwa ibetheka ngenhloko. Skube nexhala. Thatha kakuhle lo bhola apho nguye uRhasakho kodwa bayiqhutha apho i-Golden Ladies ngasemva kwakhona ngendlela ecool. Talia Lauren Smith quick one Yvonne Mutloiwa phinda bayixutha. Sundowns inayo le talent baba lose possession bakhawuleze baphinde bayiregain lula futhi. Leato Makutwane Mputi wabethwa apho nguye uRabale. Bloom. Ashes all over the place, eh? Murifi. Lesotho International. Chance. No, Nalituba. Easy tap in. Andisiwe Mgoi, the 33-year-old. Well, Andisiwe Mgoi ayothusa into ba abe ufumana i-second goal. She once scored 7 in one match. Eyedwa nje. So ayibi ingxaki into edibene naye. Sompempe ikhona into ayithethayo naye kodwa ke yonke loo nto noba ikhona into eyenzekileyo phaya kodwa wawuxoxisa. Anyway, look at that kwakhona. Murifi, Rabale, Smith, Khasakho, Smith. Uyi-engine phaya kwesasiso uSmith. Wafumana ithuba lokufumana ibhola kodwa thatha ngokulula lo bhola Andile Dlamini. Naye pholile ngasemva. Sundowns bane-appeal. Bathi ndibukele xa bethethe ibhola. Osisana aba. I-pace, si-skill. Ele. Yonke lento ifunayo iyafumaneka. Shweni Murifi. Mukholola. Murifi kwakhona. Cross yakhe. Nangoku kungenzeka into apha. Oh! My word. My. Boitumelo Rabale. Wabeti pali. Oh my goodness. How many are we gonna got? Sure. Lete palin. Ibibaliwe. Sundowns yoyikisa xa kunje. free kick the Golden Ladies. Jonga Pango Kotayo. Talia Smith, Lawrence Smith. Engine. Mokhale uyipase kahle lo bhola kwela qala. Dlamini okelela lula. uDlamini all she needs to do kuba phakamise nje inhloko ajonge nje uba kukho ibala eli yellow and blue athi ndafika apasele qho noba ngubani na ayongxaki leyo Mpudi uthenqamile ku Esau Mhlapho Smith. So 20 minutes gone. Sesinamanqaku amathathu ebhodini. Mamelodi Sundowns ladies bakhangeleka bengathi bapholile Bruno. Ingathi bapractice kodwa thembela kumqando ukuxelela. Ndiyatsho nangoku bane appeal eyodwa nje bathi ndibuke. Khangela phala bhola kwakhona Murifi kodwa ke qhube ngamandla kakhulu ibhola yakhe. 3-0 after 20.
If the average scoreline continues this way, we might be in for a goal fest. Sundowns leading in a moment. Butale Riabetsi Mulamu, the captain of the team of Golden Ladies, knows they're in for it today against Sundowns. Talia Smith takes a shot from range herself. Oh! Spilled into the back of the net by the goalkeeper. It doesn't rain, but pause for the goalkeeper. She tried something and it has actually gone into the back of the net. Petunia Matumempaka should have saved that one. Butterfingers and just allowed the ball into the back of the net. Now let's continue counting. Absolutely, that should have been a routine catch for her. The height was perfect, everything was good. And somehow she put the ball into the back of the net. And Talia will celebrate. Sundowns are now 4-0 up. Talia Smith getting a first start of the season. She has found the back of the net. Yes, Talia Smith again. Training Murifi. So 4 goals scored by Sundowns. A brace from Koi. And then Murifi scored 1, so everybody coming in. We did say it's a festival of football today, and looks like goals to be the order of the day. So now 7 have been scored today already in 2 matches, and only 20 minutes and some odd in the second game. So set piece given to Sundowns. The Sundowns ladies, yeah, they are looking for another chance. A goalkeeper pumps the ball back to the path of a Sundowns player. And you got to ask the question about the defense, because there were 3 Sundowns players lining up for that ball. So Ntimane trying to pick out a teammate. But the ball easily collected by Mamelodi Sundowns. Zanele Nhlapo restart play at the back. Chantel Ntimane from Burgersfort in Limpopo was the goal scorer in the previous game they played. And they lost by 2-1. So should be hoping she finds the back of the net again. Anila Dlamini sticks. That's what they call her from Tembisa, former player for Pumulong. Talia Smith. Khasaho, former Sandawana. Playing the ball to the near side of the field, collected easily. And a good ball rotation going forward. This time, Regina Mukholola played in, chance in! And the side, he does hit the side netting. And Rhoda Mulauzi trying to join the party. Nice teed off for her as well. Trying to sneak one past the keeper on the near post. That's the chance where the keeper sent the ball back into play. And lucky escape that they didn't find the back of the net. Sundowns. Talia Smith Khasago, Rabale, back to Khasago. To the near side of the field for Masandawana. Kololas, early ball forward. Trini Murifi. Ball shepherded out of play against Trini Murifi. "31 years of age. He's Trini Murifi now, born on the 13th of February, 1991. While the lady in goals, by the way, for the ladies, Petunia Matume Mpaka. She's 30, celebrating her 31st birthday later on this year from Polokwane. She's having a howl of a day. Smith. Ball play short now. Rabale, Smith to Rabale once again. Rabale, hard and low. Well intercepted this time around. Now, what can you do with the chance they create themselves? Kolola was in fact collected here by Makubela. Referee allow play to continue. Ball play towards the far side. Rabale. From Kwading in Maseru, Lesotho. That's where she hails from. Now 25, Butumelo Rabale. The first time we saw in South Africa, she was playing for Bloemfontein Celtic ladies. The lady in the picture now there was not Rabale, but it was Chantel Esau from Kimberley, the Northern Cape. Butumelo Rabale. Talia Smith. To the far side. Kubela and Cole are all relaxed at the back. Nothing troubling them at the moment. Flick on ball there from Chantel. So we do have two Chantels on the field of play. One is Chantel Esau playing for Sundowns. The other one is Chantel Intimane. Plays the football for Golden Ladies. Someone challenging for the ball there. Zanel Ntlapo for Masandawana ladies. Andile Zamini, Makubela, Tiseto. The Banyana players rotating the ball at the back. Interesting draw we saw, in fact. The interesting draw there with the Alcon that's coming up in Morocco. South Africa drawn with Nigeria in the same group. By the way, for the tournament starting on the 2nd of July. Vasaho. The ball just moving away from her. Yes, Chantel. Timane dispossessed. Remember the Sundowns ladies. Khasaho. Uitumelo Rabale. Long one played into the near side now. Trini Murifi arriving. Murifi's Pauline! Oh, he just missed that. Tansin! Just behind for a corner kick from Chantel Esau. Great chance it was indeed. Have a look at the ball going across. Left the ball for a teammate, for Rhoda Mulaudu to finish. But the ball was just moving away, just behind Mulaudu. But they do have a corner kick, Sundowns, nonetheless. Do have a corner kick. Yeah, I can hear there saying that you're all in here, just literally just relax. Who are you picking in the penalty area? I got to say, in their defense, they are not really picking up anybody when the colors of Sundowns, as the ball goes direct to a Sundowns player. Trini Murifi. Back to Murifi. Nell had gone forward to get involved. Kicked on ball now. Then to the far side, Esau was standing by. Goyi calling for it. Goes for a shot herself, Esau. To be a corner kick, no, they to get it before it goes out. Sundowns. Boy. So we are in the first 30 minutes of this game. Ball played in towards the far side, intercepted and goes out of play. So 30 has come and gone in the first half of this game. Sundowns on a pole seat, leading here by 4-0. A brace from Mandisiwe Ngoi, and then Smith scored, Murithi scored as well in this game here. So in Pongo, we wanted goals and we've been given 4 of the best.
And still counting. Nhlapo. Amanenekazi Mamelodi Sundowns athi ndijonge. Qho bephethe ibhola Roda. Good ball emahashini. Roda Mulaudzi. Chantel. Wow. Esau. My. Well. Boytumelo. Andiyazi uba kufuneka kuthweni namhlanje. Oh my goodness. Telling you, Boytumelo Rabale akazuphuma apha engenalo inqaku namhlanje. Uyayibawela igoal kakuhle. Uyambona nje uba uyayifuna. Corner. Not the best. Kakumbi Kutalia. Well, Chweni Precious Murifi. Ingatufuna ukwenza nantonina. She just wants to try. She tries everything. Ingatuki practice. Uyonwabela yonke into ayenzayo. Jonga nangoku nako ephazamisana kwakunye noVeronica Mkhale. Murifi, good cross. Ayihlelange ezandleni zikakeeper, wayimuna. Wayibamba kalishumi ukeeper. Iyamchisa noba ayishushwanga. Andisiwe. Bamgibisele phansi. Here comes Precious. Chweni Murifi. Talia Smith. Cape Town born. Ntombi senhlanzini eKapa. Veronica. Mkhale lose control pha ibhola iphumela yodwa. Keresi Regina Mukholola unika uLauren Nagurabale. Oh, wasika kakuhle. Tsala i-defense kaLeardo Makutwane. Nyanzeleke sebenzile uMakutwane la bhola ibinhle kakhulu. Chantel Esau. Sundowns idlala kanye kulomhlaba weGolden Ladies. Ngabile uba iGolden Ladies iwele na ku halfway line. Uba iyenzile lonto ithatha nje seconds ezimbini ixuthwe la bhola njengangoku. Uyambona nje ngathi ukhwinto afuna izama kwakhona. Talia choir conductor. Smith kwakhona. Ntombi Cape Town lena 24 years of age. nantsi enye ibhola yakhe entle kwakhona qakatha nje kakanye yafika apho kuye ngoku uMorifi shot wonke umuntu uyatraya Lerato Kgatsakgo nam ndiyafuna thi nam ndiyafuna bembone kakuhle bekufuneka nje uba afake nje i-laces qha ayikho enye indlela laces nje bizawuba yibullet ukuya kuhlala kulaa mnathi ubethe uqobhoza ungancancazeli nje qha so Andile Dlamini kuthiwa nawe khawufumane ngathi uzawudubande uphole phaa uzilibala uba usematchini Tlapho babaleki nobaleka ngoku ozanele Tlapho phaa ngasemva bhola nje umntu uyiphatha nje kube lula ubheka phambili ayihlali possession 2 kwaphela Yvonne Mutloyiwa noba kho banqwenela uba ingasi ke kufika ixesha lekhefu coolly defended kwakhona Mkholola Kiresi Makutwana ibhola yakhe esifubeni edolweni phansi ekhapethini uKgatsakgo lowo wadibanisa noMorifi Morifi uzawuthini wagqitha engqamile uzayigoba uyigobile ifuna oh my word ibhola igqitha phezu kwentloko kaAndisiwe Mgcoyi igqitha iqabela phezu kwentloko yakhe masikhangele phaa la bhola bengasemva uye wangaphambili kulaa bhola bengaphambili ibizawuba yenye itap-in lena eSundowns they make it easy futhi phantse yayi own goal qeqeshi Jerry Fokatshabalala uzayipholile uthi hayi andinaxhala fanele into yoba ibe yenye nje i-walk in the park bekushota njatsho kodwa ke khangeleka ngathi uMakutwane uzawuba right phantse wenze own goal kuyo yonke laa nto uba ke isuke kuye laa bhola awkward bounce usuke umoyikisele nokhipha xa kunjeya Dlamini ukhangela kwela cala u-Esau kuSmith kuskipper Tlapho Portia well defended thathwa kakuhle lo bhola phambi kwethu apha Mpho Bloom bayixutha lula kuBloom Kgatsakgo Nqandu Sompembe Lindiwe Chamane boots off nya mbambile nje Sompembe ufuna ukukhawuleza mjonge mhlawumbi ke buyaqala ukudibana nathi ngalo lixesha sikuthathe nje sikubonise uba ingaba amanqaku angene njani namhlanje ngoba ke sinamanqaku amane onke akuxelela nje uba athande ukukhawuleza onke lo manqaku eMamelodi Sundowns ladies so ube nelishwa nje uba ke abe Mpho Bloom masikhangele kwakhona mhlawumbi singafumana elinye ecaleni kwepali Rhoda Mulaudzi ingulowo ufuna ukufaka igoal apha. I think nantso qha mhlawumbi yona ngxaki yabo kwi-ladies Sundowns. Ingulowo ufuna igoal yakhe. Mhlawumbi uba bebenowuyeka nje baphole bazole ukuthi yekani nje xa ifikile chance niyekele lowo uthe wayifumana. Kungenjalo izawuba inkathazo leyo. Kodwa ke into eqondakalayo eyokuba amanqaku wona eSundowns awaphelelanga kulo 4-2 kwaphela. Rabale kakwazanga icontrola le ibhola. Qinisekile amehlo akhe besele sepalini nangoku besele funa ukuthi ndiyahamba esawu kuRabale. Rabale kuye ngoku Smith uTalia. Talia uyiconductor phaya uyaculisa. Bambe kakuhle uyaculisa oku. Akadlalisi nje naku Mukholola kuskipper wakhe. Inglowo nje ufuna ukuzenzela acres of spaces kuba bonke. Lenza nje ukuthanda. Abadlali beSundowns. Talia Smith. Smith umkile naye ibhola kwakhona. Khasakho nyenge kakuhle chance kodwa ke ukeeper wafika wayibamba uqala le ibhola. So 40 minutes gone sishekelwe i5 kuphela. Ingathi le 5 izaba ngonyaka wonke obhlungu ithanda uba itrauma ibe bhlungu ipain ngakumbi kweli lithande ukuba neuniform efuna ukuba maroon ngoba ke ubuyelo uze kakubi kakhulu Bruno.
So let's see now Chantel Esau in a penalty for Sundowns. The flag has gone up. So I know every time you stand up, a goal gets scored. So maybe we need more of that from you to be running around. It's a bit cold here as well, so we are doing really hurt a bit for us to start running around a bit. Chantel Esau, so the player that went on the far side trying to get behind and get the goal herself here today. So it will be a goal kick taken. It's a direct free kick in front. The free kick will be given here to Golden Ladies. And they just cannot wait to go into the dressing room and get new instructions. Because the ones in the first half didn't work at all. Yes, Andy Siwe. Toy playing the ball towards the far side now, connected. Esau getting there. But cleared finally. Rato. Makutwani. Just tidy up at the back. Khasaho. Sends a long one, Mulauti. Offside given against there. Oh, it's a free kick. Oh, referee allowed play to continue. Mulauti put it wide. I tell you. You see, there was a foul initially. Referee had our advantage. The referee said advantage, continue playing. And then Mulauti got in there. And somehow Mulauti just missed the target. Chantel Esau has gone down, but the referee, good officiating, allowed play to continue. Advantage Sundowns, and they should have punished Golden Ladies. Fully stretched. See the tackle that came in, caught the ankle. Full stretch in there for Chantel Esau, getting a first start of the season. Came in as a sub in a previous match. It was late in the game when she actually came in. She hailed from Kimberley. Previous teams that she played for, by the way. Chantel is for Mamelodi Sundowns. Played for Palace, Super Falcons. Also played for Crusaders in Francis Bar, Northern Cape. So this is how it all started, in case you just joined us. I know you might be coming back from church and wondering how did the goals get scored there. There is a 20 scored the opener, and then the supply from Mulauti. Toe poke by Andy Siwe Toy to make it 2-0. Then there was an opportunity again. That was that second chance there. Easy tap in again. Rulani, it was in fact Roda Mulauti, the supplier. And then there was this one. I tell you, very fortunate for that to go into the back of the net. The goalkeeper just dropped the ball into the back of the net. But they say, you take a chance, that's how it happens. Yeah, Ed Downs, we believe. You can see that the sign is clear. Ed Downs, we believe. Mamelodi Sundowns, the male team is on a hat-trick. Mamelodi Sundowns, the ladies team, champions of the tournament back-to-back. So these are some of the fans that have come out to enjoy the beautiful game here on a beautiful Sunday afternoon. These are the Golden Ladies players who are not featuring yet. They are watching from the stands also. Seeing their team getting seriously plastered here today by Sundowns. Oh, he gets there, but ball collected again. Smith. Yes, Rabale does well. Peels off a marker, Rabale. And the keeper does well. And then a mistake at the back again. Error after error. Finally, the ball goes into the back of the net. Oh, my word. What were they trying to do? Confusion galore in the defense of Golden Ladies, and Rhoda Mulaudzi opens their account as well. Capitalized on that mistake. Butumelo Rabale was onside. She was onside. She literally left the player for dead. And by the time somebody recovered there, it was easily supposed to just be cleared away. The captain did well there to try and go back. And the ball came off the face of a goalkeeper. Then somebody was supposed to tidy up, and the Mulauti was there just to put the ball into the back of the net. Zolani now, we have 5 in the first half. Mamelodi Sundowns should have been more, but 5, the coach will be happy with that. Jerry Shabalala and Agnes Nkosi on the bench of Sundowns. Rabale's pass again onto the far side. She makes football look so easy. Mulauzi's cross came in and then just got out. So first 45 has produced 5 goals. So Mamelodi Sundowns leading here easily. Yes, and you see where she gets a hat-trick. She gets a hat-trick. The 3rd hat-trick of the season has been scored here. And you see where Toy has found the back of the net. She joins Nyandeni and Salgado for players who have scored a hat-trick this season. Again, it was Mulauzi, the supplier. So Mulauzi might have scored only 1 goal, but she has supplied 3 goals. Sumtoi, so that's very, very good start for them today, I've got to say. These are the 2 players who came off the bench in the last game, given a start today, and have been absolutely brilliant. Not 1, not 2, but 3 goals have been scored by her. Currently stays in Greenfield in Togoza, but she comes from the Western Cape. And you see where Toy played a football previously for Red Eagles ladies, Cape Town Roses ladies, also played for Sundowns, then went overseas to play for Novzamki in Slovakia, and finished as top scorer there in the team before returning to South Africa to be part of Mamelodi Sundowns once again. Has a total of 31 caps for Banyana plus 8 goals to sum it up for her. She also played a football at some stage, by the way, at Apollonia in Albania. Also played a football for Mitrovica in Kosovo, alongside Zanel and Klapo before returning to South Africa. Mamelodi Sundowns 6-0 to the good. Half a dozen of goals have been scored in the first half. So a lot of talking point for the team of Golden Ladies. Smith, and you can see there, Miche Minis has been introduced also in a place of Chantel Esau. But what a mess at the back for Golden Ladies. They need to regroup and come back better in the second half Otherwise, you might just see more goals being scored by the defending champions, Mamelodi Sundowns. So the goal scorers, Murifi, 2nd minute, a hat-trick score there by Ndisiwe in the first half. Also goals coming in there from Talia Smith as well as Rhoda Mulawuti. Ball possession squarely in favor of Sundowns. Can see, look at this, 17 shots at goal, 8 of those on target. Absolutely 0 for the team of Golden Ladies. Vusi, we expected goals, we expected a dominance of Sundowns against Golden Ladies. Boy, oh boy.
Thank you so much to Brian Bruno Mufokeng there in commentary. What a game it has been. Coming into this encounter, Coach Nzeko said that they would be showing Mamelodi Sundowns no respect. But then that begs the question, what is it that they are showing Sundowns in this encounter? They did say they are bringing 3 strikers up front, but none of those strikers have been seen in this encounter at all. And Andile Dlamini really on holiday in goals for Mamelodi Sundowns today. It is the Mamelodi Sundowns dynasty train that continues to show us the attack. We did see Trena Murifi back into the starting 11 and back into finding the back of the net, opening as early as the 2nd minute. We've seen a hat-trick coming in from Andisiwe Mgoyi. Talia Smith taking a chance and finding the back of the net, and then of course Rhoda Mulawuti. Some missed chances from her here today, but she also did manage to put her name on the score sheet. So we go into this halftime break. The home side here today, Mamelodi Sundowns, they lead by a massive 6-0. What will the second half hold for us? Asazi. Kodwa satheni careful iqembu lethu lasestudio lisositshela kahle ukuthi yini kahle kahle siyibonile kulesiwombe esokuqala. We will be back.
Happy 25th anniversary Kambango. Gazina ndifi Priscilla. Favorite character anga dibo Suzanne nga uri basumbedza zwine zwa itea kha bangwe bafumakadzi musi ba mbingano.
The lights come on and flash.
What they need most of all, Jenny, is some luck.
And action got underway, but look at this card. It's a very different and challenging role.
Oh, Taylor's rolled!
W-Series, the world's first female-only racing series.
This time it supports the global circus of Formula One.
We go green, very good start. Price goes to the inside too. It's a historic day for Porsche as they take their first Formula E win.
Tune in and stay entertained with our sports shows on SABC Sport. Keep up with the best sports entertainment, brought to you by SABC Sport. For the love of the game.
Hayi kubi kumuncu eTUT. As it stands, Golden Ladies are being annihilated by Mamelodi Sundowns. Currently, the defending champions are leading 6-0 after 45 minutes of play. In fact, that scoreline should be in the region of 10 upwards. They've had 17 shots at goal. No response from Golden Ladies. Even in terms of ball possession, it just has been the dominance of Sundowns Ladies. I am Xolizondo, still joined by Usphiwe Mkhonza, no Gloria Brown. Mkhonza, it is shocking because Masmuga, Sundowns, the biggest scoreline Abiyashaya Golden Ladies ngayo is 4-0. And right now, after 45 minutes of play, 6-0.
I think you won't look at it. I'll tell you why. Golden Ladies is a team in transition. Let's be honest. There's a one survivor in that team. And how long does it take to gel the team? It takes a bit of time. So one will forgive them and say, but also you are playing against current champions, which is Sundowns. For me as a coach, yes, I'll feel bad, but this is a time where I'm a coach, I'm going to say, okay, I'm making a overhaul in terms of making subs to give other players, a taste and feel of this level. We understand what I mean. Because a team in transition takes a time, you're blending in new players, the understanding is not yet there. Against a team that, I mean, we've talked about what they've achieved the last season. And would you feel bad, when all you need to do is a pride stake, man? You've got nothing to lose. Come out, overhaul, make subs, and obviously push demand higher because they've taken a line of confrontation deeper. It allows Sundowns to press them. They can't come out from the first line of pressure because in Sundowns they're using three pressing men, and they can't even come out making touches. So why do you do to be old school? Shai Javelin. Javelin music play long ball to Untimande to secure for you to use Untimande as a reference point.
I mean, what does it do to the confidence of the players? Umadume Mpaka, the goalkeeper, last week conceding only 2 goals. The Thunderbirds right now conceding 6 in 45 minutes.
Yeah,
blind.
For a goalkeeper, her spirit is completely broken. But this is when you need strong mentors. This is when you need motivational people in the change room to be able to say, we came here, we were realistic about the fact that we're playing African champions. We're going to get beaten. However, there's the positives and here's the negatives. But I think for her, she cannot only take the blame. We're talking about defenders. You're talking about Amanda Mputi, you're talking about Lerato, who could have protected the goalkeeper defensively. So for her to pick her head up is go back there. It's socially feeling.
It's all about mental character, Manjikol. It's not going to just be about tactics. Also, my coach is man management. I mean, if you look at this first incident, which I think Urodam Lauz has been doing very well with regards to Iran Aishaya, it's called a contra movement. In and out to stay on side. He makes that run all the time just behind the defense because he's got the speed to get behind the defense, and a good cross for Murifi.
Futhi Tshweni Murifi yena ujwayele vele ukora against the Golden Ladies. This will be now her 3rd goal against the Mahikeng Bay side.
Whilst that being the case, I think we need to really dissect Mamelodi Sundowns. Yes, they've been very dominant and more on the right-hand side. When you look at the number of entries that have come into the box from the right-hand side, it has pretty much been lopsided. Rhoda Mlaudzi really having a field day on the right-hand side. Chantal Etsao as well contributing. But it's been in the middle of the park where Boitumelo Rabale has really kind of dictated the pace and the tone. But you're seeing a Sundowns team that has been given the room, given the space. And when you give them the room and you give them the space, you get the confusion that you see there right now, where again, a sneaky Rhoda Mlaudzi coming from the blind spot and just making use of that mistake that's being made.
And of course, for Uandisiwe Mgoyi, a hat-trick for her. You know, besikhulumile ngaye no Rhoda Mlaudzi wanting to get back onto the score sheet, and they've achieved that today.
They've achieved, and one thing I must highlight, just Dora said it earlier, play Rhoda in a special role. She's doing so well with using her speed, the aggressiveness. You see how much, when they try to come out from the first line of pressure, she's the first one who's a press trigger. She press trigger and she wins the ball, immediately sets up the counter attack. Look at the goals that they've scored. And for me, the supply to Mkoyi makes Mkoyi looks good.
And of course, you know, just in terms of what's going to happen in the second half, Sibonile for Sundowns, they had that forced substitution. Injury, Ga Isao Uminis came in for Sundowns. But most importantly for Golden Ladies, what does this team do to salvage some pride?
I said, first of all, you fix your structure. And especially out of ball position. Remember, there's 2 phases here, goal. It's when you have it and when you don't have it. When you don't have it, fix how you structure it. Because most of the time, Sundowns still find joy, even if they don't have ball position. They just get behind the ball. Then it forces Golden Ladies not to come out. I think it's high time that the coach makes an overhaul. Khachane, defender, needs to come in to try to strengthen that defense. Milore needs to come in to help Untimane up front.
All right, so pack up the defense. And for Sundowns, do we leave things as they are? If it's not broken, don't fix it. Or can the coach do something there, Gloria?
I think it's an opportunity to give other players a run. Players like Oratile Mokoena. Good to see Mishai Minis has come in already for an injured Esau. And Tandi, he can do what he likes with this team. Because, I mean, with 6 goals to the good, you can experiment, you get some combination plays and so forth. But I wouldn't be in a hurry. I wouldn't also want to have unnecessary injuries. Players need to take it easy. But yeah, I think for Oratile Mokoena, she's the player I would like to see, as well as Galina in the middle of the park. We've seen Boitumelo do well. So for Galina Magazi, just to get a run and get her season going, it would be nice.
We saw last week JVW beating Richmond 10 goals to 2. Do we see this match going in the same direction? Can we reach the 20s?
If they come out with the same mentality, we're seeing even more than that, probably 12. Because I think Coach Ubonile Gudai, Sundowns, they came up with a strong team, they came up with their strength team, their core. So now as a coach, you be cautious. Sometimes because you put yourself in the position to say, I'm also salvaging a pride here too.
Yeah.
I mean, Sundowns, we know, I'm not going to even talk about their achievements.
I think for Coach Mlungis, he's got to look at the team from the defense. In the goalkeeping department, if we feel we need to change defensively, Naya 6. Hollywood bet, and up front as well, just to give her a run. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. There's time to fix. There's time to understand the basics. But when you see a team and it doesn't have structure and is not properly coached, it becomes worrying. So I'm concerned because Mlungis is a very young coach and he wants to bring in new ideas. You don't totally get rid of your team. And what I'm seeing here was a total overhaul of Golden Ladies. The experience of players that are on the bench or those that have maybe even left the team is something they need to go back as management to look at. Because in 20 years.
I mean, we've seen stranger things in football, Mkonza. Could there be a comeback here from Golden Ladies?
Oh,
definitely.
We've seen stranger things.
But we're being realistic. Last Kulumi movie.
Yeah.
At the end of the movie. Last Kuluma Sundowns. There is no way they can concede more than 2 goals.
So right now we know there is 3 players that are now top goal scorers. They joined Umpuminyandeni, Gabriela Salgado, Namanje Andisiwe Mgoyi, all on those hat tricks. Do we see Mgoyi now surpassing them? You know, with this second weekend, Sesbuyi?
It's very early to tell. But for any striker, you set yourself goals and objectives. And I would want to believe that she'd want to go higher than 27, which is what she scored last season. Pressure would be on. But I know Andy would be a player that would go in there and make do with whatever supply and try and get the goals when it matters most. She's matured. If she gets the opportunity to put the ball in the back of the net, she would. If she gets the opportunity to share with other players, she would. She's very much an all-round team player that goes in there with one goal in mind to ensure that the team wins. It's not about an individual. But I think 27 was even an underachievement considering the kind of supply that she has around her, the midfield players that she has around her. So, yeah.
And it's very rare to also find double hat tricks, you know. That's something maybe that she could achieve based on their opponents today.
I mean, my take is I want the teams to improve this season. We don't want to see goals like more than 6 first half or 5 goals. We want to keep it as low as we can, which will inform the teams that improve. I mean, about 2-1, 1-0, 3-1, all those scores are scores that also now mostly we are about to hope teaming abuya. But make sure about 6, about 7, about 8, now ucocabanga ithendo ngizoyenza kanjani la. But ultimately most of our teams they still we can't fault our team manje. After 5 games you can start worrying manje ukuthi hayi madoda sesekushubile manje, because it's the second game of the season and we still trying to find ukuthi team yakho ikuphi nendawo.
Well, we've seen half a dozen in the first half. The question is, what does the second half have in store for us? Will Mamelodi Sundowns continue with their annihilation of Golden Ladies, or will they salvage some pride as the Mahikeng team? Let's go through to the second half with Zolani Bongos and commentary.
Namkelekile kwakhona eTUT sisemabaleni ebhola ekhatywayo ifootball yamanenekazi uyazibona nazo igoals zintandathu ayompazamo tu kwaphela leyo isiqingatha sesibini kungona singena kuso yiyo lonto ubona kukho noncumo nje ngakumbi kule intokazi ngoba kaloku yiyo ekhokela eliqela iMamelodi Sundowns Ladies uzanele Portian Tlapho intokazi eneminyaka engama-30 budala 30-year-old upholile phanga semva futhi nabadlali bakhe bapholile ngoba benza into abayithandayo. Mhlawumbi ke khange uqwalasele ukuphela kwesiqingatha sokuqala siye sanalo utshintsho oluye lanyanzeleka uba lube khona kwiqela iSundowns Ladies ngoba ke kuye kwafumana ukonzakala intokazi uChantel Esau eyazalelwa kwelaseKimberley usisi oneminyaka e-31 yena ubudala uye wafumana ukonzakala kwathiwa ke makungene ke usisa nomncinane waphaya eNtshona Koloni obesakudlalela iqela iVasco da Gama kodwa ke ngoku bamba ngokukhawuleza uJerry Jabalala kwathiwa sawusondela apha ukhona ngolo hlobo ke uMitch Minis iyo ke intokazi engenileyo ke enxibe unumber 14 uyakumbona nguye lowo nanku yawo Minis kwakhona engenile uyaqala ke udlalela iqela le-Sundowns kulena isizini kuba esuka eNtshona Koloni eCape Town. Uthi ke usiso siphethela umdlalo ulindiwe Shamane siredi thina sinqangile asazi kuwe apha ekhaya malisuke lihlale ayikwenye indlela. So i-response izawuthini kulamanedi kuthiwa zii-Golden Ladies. Ndicinga uba inoba bafuna more than i-gold, bafuna more than anything e-golden xa kunjena. Kuzafuneka baphangele i-overtime not nje kancinci. So iza kuthwani nale nto madoda, ingathi akuzuba lula tu kwaphela. So Thisetso Makhubela bathi xa bembiza nguBastos kuye ke oyi-right back kweliqela thanda kakhulu intswakazi ezalelwe kulo mmandla waseGauteng 25-year-old wayesakudlalela iTUT lesidlalela kuyo khangele phaa icross gotyo apho kodwa nantsi iqenqeleka iza kudala ikona kick yokuqala kwesi siqingatha kodwa ke ezo kona kicks zingaphi zona azininzi mawo. Thatha ngokhaleza apho kwasusa umuntu endleleni Talia shot bethekile dalenye ikona futhi uyayiqonda nje ukuba iSundowns ibhokile seyifuna ukwenza omnye umcimbi kwangoku kuse-early. Talia Lawrence Smith umzalelwane yaphaa kulaa mmandla waseCape Town uye lo uthatha le corner kick inswinga unyusile kakuhle funa inhloko ka-Andisiwe wayihlaba emnatheni wababa akasakhali ngoku uzoleka hayi akakhali ngoku jonga ngoku uzoleka uyabhomboloza ngoku hayi uyabhomboloza wayeka ukhala ngoku uyabhomboloza ubethe sikaraheli isikhalo ngoku esasebhayibhileni sozuve jonga laa nto. Talia Smith pinpoint yafika ehleli umgcoyi wayibetha yahlala emnatheni wanqanqazela. So uVeronica ingathi umurhale nguye ophumayo ndakuthi ukujonga ngoba ke ngoyena omfutshane kweli bali iyacaca indawo yakhe iza kuthathwa intokazi Kiyoreketswe Mashomenga. So olunye utshintsho futhi kuphuma inzwakazi uYvonne Mutloiwa kungena uDinewo Hahane. Azawutshintsha ngathi kutshintshwa ikawusi ke ngoku. bone xa kutshintshwa ikawusi kaloku ikawusi into etshintshwayo. So nazo ii-goals uyazibona apho zisixhenxe zithetha mna u-7 nantsi enye mhlawumbe yesibhozo ayikhona bakavumi kodwa ke ngavuma yaqabela phezu kwentloko kamgcoyi lo bhola kodwa ikemke ingxaki ngoba nanku ke ngoku eyibambile kwelaa cala lingapha yakamba khange besayibambe noyibamba umurefi uyiyekele kubo bonke bapholile phezu kwebhola bajonga nje iqobe elivelayo impazamo efane ingenzeki abile loo nto wakubekho impazamo. First touch ebholeni thathwa nguye apho udineko rharharhane uyihlaba phambili lo bhola udibana noChantel Ntimane wayibetha phambili ingathi khona i-offside ayikhona Sompempe uncedisayo kwelaa cala uthakho offside wayibhaqa wabona into phakama iflag. Sijonge uba mhlawumbi kwenzeke ntoni pha inkabankaba uvele wonke pha sikhangele kwakhona nanko Murifi uzayigoba la bhola ufuna bani ebefuna umini kodwa ukhipha kwesi sihlandlo uyiqobele yonke laa nto wayijonga uMadome Mpaka uthi hayi noko kwanele yini madoda usisi lubethelelwe emnqamlezweni ngoku. Buti Katisetso wakubela Roda Mulaudzi Lichmini uyibethe emnatheni kodwa ke offside umhlaba hleli kuwo kuthiwa awufanelekanga mntana sekhaya. Siyakuqonda uyayifuna le nto kuthiwa igoal enhle apha kodwa try some other time, not now. Ebesele celebrate. Phosile la Polotalia kodwa nansi buyela kuye thatha futhi epholile engenangxaki tu kwaphela Lerato Kgasargo 30-year-old nyenge kakuhle khawulezile shiya lo bhola ngasemva bemkile nayo nanku umini eyilobha phezu kwentloko kakhipha uyilobhe ngamandla uyabonakala nje uba uyinto ngobunto ungathi unepelepele ubutshisa. Jerry Chabalala signing good lena ayixoxe isilonto uyambona nje qha uba unehunger kumbuleke uba ke semncinane iminyaka i-20 nje kuphela uzaba na 21 very soon. Nansi back heel inhle apho Roda Mulaudzi nalithuba kwakhona ibuyela kwakhona kuminis lo bhola nyenge ekhawulezile Sundowns ngoku iyazicoca kakuhle yenza ngokuthanda shot wayibamba wayimunamuna kwakhona ukhipha. Goodness me, Mpaka usengxakini ogoduka ngokwenxiba ii-gloves kodwa uzawugoduke namadyungudyungu kweza zandla kaba ngathi utshiswe ngamalahle. Watch out this corner, this lady iyazibetha ezi corner. This time what decides uba makabethe short corner iya kumurifi wayibuyisa kambe akho mntu khoyo wakhe kodwa ibuyela kwakwi-Sundowns nakuRoda Mulaudzi norabale buyela kumlaudzi la 1-2 phantsi uba dangerous esizawubala elinye inqaku apho. Sundowns every time bephethe ibhola usuke uzixelele nje into bikhona into eza kwenzeka pho bebamba ibhola kukho into enukayo ibhalwe goal rhoqo. Inostril zam ziyandixelela uba ikhona igoal qho. Mlaudzi kwakhona besele ifumene igoal yakhe ngoku uyaqonda uba ufuna enye. Kgasargo Schmidt good header ibuyisela ngaphakathi. Umakhubela wayilwela ugqiba ibhola yakhe umakhubela ngathi kuzafuneka uLerato Makutwana asebenze. Umakhubela uyibile yathathwa lo bhola minis qabela phezu kwakhe chance kwakhona kaMurifi beke endaweni engenamntu qakatha ngaphandle kwebala. Oh, good 10, Rabale. Oh my word, what a ball. Sure, Murifi, it deserves a goal. Nanzo, yahlala emnatheni. Ilithonsi phezu kwentombo kakeeper. Micheminis. Goal yakhe yokuqala kulo mdlalo namhlanje. Welcome to the Sundowns ladies, young lady. My goodness me. Sure. Well. 8, Papa. Aya yompazamo bethu. 8, Papa. Imbile into enzeka apha ngoku. Esazulwini sebala iSundowns ithi ndiyafuna kwakhona. Bafuna i-double figures ngiqinisekile ngoku. Mhlawumbi bawuthi bawufika kwi-double figures bazibuza uba eyiphi ke ngoku into esiyifunayo ngapha koko. Golden ladies. Into yokubika ekhaya amadoda inale. Rabale. Mulawuthi. Bola yakhe uMulawuthi nako ibetha kakuhle apho kuye ngoku. Umakhubele dibana kwakhona nomini. Minis kwakhona ungenile ku-18. Befuna igoba kakuhle kodwa ke ube ngamandla lo bhola. Ube ngamandla lo bhola uMinis. Jonga nje uhlobo enza ngalo pha. Keeper bese lesengxakini. So Mitch Minis ungena njenge-substitute kumdlalo wakhe wokuqala wafaka inqaku. Ungena njenge-substitute nanamhlanje ufaka inqaku nalelinye. Benditshilo. Bendiyithethile le nto ndathi uBoyitumelo Rabale asoze ahambe engalifumenanga elakhe. Look at the smile. Benditshilo ndathi uyalifuna elakhe akanawuhambe engalifumenanga. And what a goal that was. Easy as you like. Khawujonge phaya. Thengisa idami wamncancisa uMinis. Jonga pha. Mitch Minis. Rabale wayiqenqa nje yahlala emnatheni. Ukhipha udayivile watsho phansi. Phuma phansi kwekhwapha. Asithoba ngoku amanqaku. Bafuna libe linye bafike kwi-double figures. Emva koko bazawubona uba mabathinina. Brian ingathi ngoku inhlekele le. Yini uPulanga?
Gimathada. The people in Limpopo, those who speak Chivenda will say Zikokonda. Zikokonda ngamanda. So 56 minutes of football played already and 9 goals to Mamelodi Sundowns. Ladies. Buitumelo Rabale scored in the opener, a penalty, when they went on to win by 2-1. Mulawuthi had just gone offside. And then Misha Mini started her first game for Sundowns last week. She found the back of the net from the supply of Buitumelo Rabale. Today she returns the favor. So I tell you, team is just really enjoying themselves. Last week, a lot of people are asking questions about their performance. As the goal they scored, the first goal, Minis was offside. The second goal, when they got a penalty, a lot of question marks around the penalty itself. But today, they mean business. I don't know what he wants to do now. He said he was not going to show Sundowns respect. Yeah. Maybe Vusi shouldn't have asked some of those questions, because now he's paying for it. 9 now. This is the biggest defeat the Sundowns have inflicted on this team in the previous matches they've met. The high score was the 4 that Sundowns recorded against them, and they've taken it more over and above that. It was a 4-1 victory and a 4-0 victory. Now they are sitting on 9. So they've scored more goals today than they've done in the last 3 matches when they played. So Golden Ladies are trailing here by 9 goals to nil. So you can see there, coach and assistant coach, Agnes Nkosi, former Sundowns player herself, recently got her coaching badges and now sitting on a bench. She was sitting on a bench also when Sundowns won the inaugural CAF Women's Champions League. Michelle Minis playing the ball to Mulaudzi. Back to Rabale, Mulaudzi. And offside being given. You got to say, every time you watch Bitumino Rabale play football, you got to enjoy every moment. Yes, just gone offside. The Lesotho international enjoying her football in South Africa. When she played for Celtic, she won season single-handedly. And they take them all the way to win the championship in the province. So she is really a special player. When Sundowns signed her, they knew what they were getting. Good for the money. Top scorer for Celtic in Sasol League 2016 and 17. Young player in 2016. Also was one of the regional player of the year in 2018. She moved on to play football overseas. National player of the year in 2019. Junior college All-American Women's Player of the Year she was. And former middle distance runner, 1,200 and 5,000 meters respectively. So she is complete player. Now Chansin, Mini's in there, Rabale arriving, leaves the ball and Goy puts that one over the crossbar. Bitumino Rabale, absolutely brilliant. She has enjoyed everything she has done. She went and got a scholarship to play for Lewis Clark Community College in the USA. And there she scored a total of 57 goals plus 33 assists in the US when she played there before returning to South Africa. That's all the diploma in electrical engineering, also associate degree in electrical engineering from Lewis and Clark. So she is one of those players, a complete player indeed. Rabale. In Lesotho, she has won multiple awards for being the footballer of the season, also in Lesotho. Trying something there, Golden Ladies, but offside, being called by the referee. Ball on by Sundowns again, trying to get a ball towards Michelle Minis. The ball is something else, I've got to say. Mulaudzi. Michelle Minis to the near side. Mulaudzi is there again. Playing slightly wider, Mulaudzi, I have to say. She's returning. Michelle Mishi is there. Oh, somehow they stayed out. And she got injured in an interim. Michelle Minis, former under-17 national for South Africa. Have a look at Rhoda Mulaudzi. In 2019-20, by the way, Rhoda Mulaudzi was joint top scorer with Mahaya. Both players scored 36 goals each that season before she went to play her football in Adelaide, Australia, before returning again. So let's see now, Trini Murifi rather. A short ball, this one cleared away easily by Golden Ladies. Nobody there. Kubela collects. Khasaho to Smith. Then Mulaudzi should be offside. No, says the near side official. Chansin again, Bond flicked away. Still alive, Murifi sends it back into the penalty area. Good improvisation. But Misha Minis was just offside for Sundowns. She was indeed offside. Everybody trying something different here today for Sundowns. Last season, Sundowns kept a total of clean sheet, 15 in total in the matches that they played last season. And the away performance was also brilliant for Sundowns. 26 matches played, only drew 1 match last season. And the only loss they suffered was not on a field of play, but was in a boardroom, because they were supposed to host a first touch. Couldn't host first touch because of problems they had with the fumigation being done because of COVID protocols. So the game was called off, so they lost that game. So now Bitumelo Rabale will make way. Same goes for Andisi Mkoyi, will make way. So Melina Khadiete will be introduced from a Bloemfontein Celtic player in the place of Andisiwe Mkoyi. And then another player coming in is from the Sundowns as they make the double sub in this encounter. So Galina Magazi does get a chance to get a run in here, born in Klipfontein View in Gauteng, 16 years of age, by the way. Chance in, ball just being cleared out. Corner kick will be. Corner kick will be.
Can't bring it. Hold your runner back, guys. Organize. Rajo, Gloria.
So far, the team that scores most goals in one match is JVW Girls. They scored 10 in a 10-2 victory last week in the opening weekend against Richmond United ladies. Sundowns are on 9 now. It's a player down the room for Golden Ladies just outside the circle. So she'll be looked at, and she's gonna walk off. She have a problem with her ankle, so they'll deal with the outside for Golden Ladies. Long ball played in, cleared out once again. Should be another corner kick given. Another opportunity, long ball played in. So now instead the ball back, Khasaho goes on her own. Near side now. Klapo has gone forward. Family do tidy. Smith's trying something on unorthodox. A wry smile from her. Zoe Bongo. So 66 minutes have been played, 9 goals have been scored. Should have been 10.
Should have been 14. Basinokujonga nalamathuba bawayeke kwesasiqingatha sokuqala. Kodwa uyafuna ukuthi awukabikho nto awukagqitywa. Nansi confirmation. Umgcoyi sithanda ubaliqela kwelakhe igama kodwa ugqibile ngoku. Superstars zibekelwe ecaleni kwathiwa hayi kaniyekeni noko madoda kuba ke indlela endlela sisezawuphinda sinifune xa kukho ezinye izitars ezikhoyo phaa esitulweni makhe kuze zona. Ndiyafuna ukuthi uJerry Chabalala akagqibelisanga futhi ukwenza i-substitutions. Bakhona abanye azawuphinda abaphumze. Injongo ikukhangela nabanye babanjani na mini bephantsi uyifumana nalithuba khuli ingathi akenzanga nto efika nje Melinda Khadiete ezifikela nje madoda injani nalento 29-year-old Melinda Khadiete wayihlaba phakathi lo bhola emnatheni wathi nam ndixelelwe uba mandiyokwenza njengoko nani nisenza uthathapho kuye kwekhona Nhlapho Makhubele Melinda idibane noGalina Magazi Sundowns ingathi ayikagqibi Morifi gobile kakuhle Morifi lo bhola chance kaRoda Mlaudzi phezu kwebhala. So Sundowns besithethile lento ba izawuthi yawufika kwi-double figures ifikile ngokwenene. Alishumi amanqaku ingathi awukagqitywa futhi. Khangele futhi nalenye ithuba kodwa akho mntu ebekho apho ukhipha waphuma walala phezu kwayo. Phela uzibuza imibuzo umsizele uMatome Mphaka yolanda ibhola kalishumi emva komnatha wakhe futhi uyayiqonda uba ingathi akakagqibi. Andile Dlamini uSticks uyalibala noba ungumdlalo okhoyo ugoalkeeper weSundowns Morifi wolula la mibalo yakhe emide kwela cala lingapha yawabethi imidlalo oqala wangena ku-18 ngahla score. Oh isekhona futhi enye chance. My Talia Minis 11-0 2 for her. Ibrace uyibethe wathi awugqiba wajonga kwi-assistant. I-assistant yathi hayi ndihamba nawe akho nto imbitu kwaphela apho jonga uba iqale njani yonke le nto. Ngathuba lithile uMorifi ebengathi uzabetha ngokwakhe kodwa wanikezela. uMagazi wathi ndiyakhaba. uThalia uMinize bengekho offside 2. So utshintsho lenzeka futhi. Tsegofatso Makinta Thembisile Tatisi kunzima. So 67th minute sifumene igoal kaGadiete. Emva koko sazofumana eKaminis. Bonba ibhola ye-Golden Ladies rhoqo ifika kulamhlaba we-Sundowns Ladies. Bayichitha bayibethe imke okokoko. Lapho Smith faka uDlamini emdlalweni uthi nawe khawudlala uzawudubande. Magazi Makhubela kuDlamini Mlaudzi ingxaki ngamaxesha akhonele ubike ekhaya ngoku kwi-Golden Ladies futhi kusuke kungabikho nethemba. Kholola Khasakho wasika phakathi wasika kwabanda. Minis Khadiete aphisile ngalo bhola ngalithuba elihleli mhlawumbi iGolden Ladies ngabhaqanto. Sundowns ayivumi nixni. Mukholola uthi next ni
cover the distances, come on. Central, Chifty. Center.
Umnatha ugcwali faka kangangoko. Udlala nalo amalady e-Sundowns sibe ngathi ngoku khangele pha i-shots kwi-goal. Sure, 27 eqandeni, abakhange bafumane nenye i-shot ukhabele epalini. Nakwi-target ke bebezayifumana njani ke phofu xa bengakhange bafumane ne-shot at goal. I-target out of eza target shots bazifumene i-Sundowns, kulapho uzibuza khona uba bebewafakile lo manqaku ngengakanani. More changes for the Sundowns. Nika i-chance abanye abadlali ngaphandle kokuthandabuza into efanelekileyo leyo. So Talia uzawuphuma, indawo yakhe iza kuthathwa nguRhabonelwe Kekana. Enye i-change kwakhona uRatile Mokoena, uye lowo umbonayo, youngster, ngena endaweni kaMichi. Akho soze benguye uminizi usekhona. Sundowns kwakhona kwela cala ngapha iyazama ukuhlasela. Skipper funeke esebenzile. Riyabetswe Mulamo. Kunzima ukukhokela xa kunjena. So amaxesha emkile ebhodini. Siphethe ikota yokugqibela ngoku Bruno, kodwa eza double figures besithetha ngazo side safika futhi ngathi Sundowns ayikoneli.
Did say every time he stand up that big goals do come in, so thank you for that, because now we have got a game that has produced the biggest margin this season, because the JVW game was 10-2 the final score. This one is 11-0 Sundowns leading in this encounter here against the opponents. So Ratile Mokoena, player introduced, and Smith made way for her. Ratile Mokoena, another former under-20 player for South Africa, also was part of the under-17 team for South Africa that went to the World Cup not so long ago. She was teammate with Michelle Minis in that squad for South Africa. They played in the 2018 World Cup in Uruguay. Part of the squad as well. Kekana, one of those players introduced here in the second half as well by Sundowns. She used to play here previously, by the way, because she used to play for TUT. So she knows this venue very well. Fadiete also introduced Magazi. So they made 5 changes Sundowns here today. Good day at the office. They'll all be smiling, high fives all over at the end of the 90 here today. And they will therefore join on top of the log standings with your JVWs of this world. Here they are against Sundowns, not done yet. The goalkeeper comes out and collects the ball. Khabonelwe. He's been introduced today by Sundowns. Made a first appearance as a starter in the last game when they played against my Indies. So comes off the bench today. Rudamulaut has just gone offside. You look at the previous matches between the two teams. So Sundowns 11 that have scored today. So in the first 3 matches, managed to score 11 goals against Golden Ladies. They've done that in 1 match this season. Mamelodi Sundowns scored 13 in total in the 4 matches that they played against team, and conceding 3 goals in the interim Mamelodi Sundowns ladies. Some of the players that scored previously can talk about Hunse Homba, Lerato Khamma, all those are players that have scored previously in matches against Sundowns. But at the moment, Sundowns on the pound seat. They're leading here by 11 goals to 0. Khadiete, first touch was put a ball into the back of the net. Mulaudzi, supporting play. Khadiete gets a return ball. Yanabayana International was part of the team that won against Nigeria in the Isha Buhari Cup. Near side, ball played in. Sending a teammate shot and ball cleared away finally by Golden Ladies at the back. Captain, what do you say to your team when they're struggling like this against the opposition? Good run into the penalty area, good recovery. Eventually ball goes out of play, and that will be a corner kick given to Sundowns. Corner kick given to Sundowns. Dino Khachani, one of those players that came in the second half, as well as Tembizile Tatisi and Tsehofatso Makinta. Those are the players introduced in the second half. Long ball played in. Another chance for Sundowns, another clearance at the back. Do you have the ball back now? Chantel, dispossessed once again. And Khadiete tries something unorthodox and just wide. Everybody tries from range here. So we are still sitting in the second half of this game. Goalkeeper has gone to the ground, having problems now. What a day he's gonna have. I mean, driving from here back to the Northwest Province had to be a long drive to try and inspire the players ahead of matches that are coming up going forward. It's only the second game of the day, by the way. We still have another one coming up later on. So Jerry and Cole smiling. This is how it all started. It was as early as the 2nd minute when this goal was scored by Chweni Murifi, making it 1-0. Then Mulaudzi was added again, supplying another goal. This time it was to Andisiwe Ngoi. It was not enough because a few minutes later, she was a supplier again for the 3rd goal for Sundowns ladies. Then Smith took this one from range, easily into the back of the net with the help of the goalkeeper. Then the story was not done yet. Another ball from Smith, another run being made. And then Buitumelo Rabale was there, miscommunication. And then the ball fell kindly towards the hard-working Mulaudzi to put it to the back of the net. And then there was a chance for Mkoi to get a hat-trick off today. Rabale's pass, Chweni's supply, Mini's finish. That's how it all continued. It was not done yet. They were not done yet, Sundowns. Mulaudzi the supplier, Rabale the finisher. Finally to put the ball into the back of the net herself. So then they continue to the same vein, Sundowns. Half-clear chance, first touch of the game. Khadiete puts the ball into the back of the net. Then Minis was there to complete another movement. as Sundowns made it 11-0 against Golden Ladies. It's a huge cloud cover around the stadium now, as the goalkeeper is getting some medical attention at the moment. So that's why the game has stopped a bit, because the goalkeeper is getting attention. So this has just been a day, how the players have reacted throughout the day. Trini Murithi, the first start of the season. And she's thinking to herself, hey, what did we do today? And Mulaudzi and Cole. Mulaudzi, I've got to say, she might have scored one goal, but she was on hand to supply and help everybody else. Rabale once again putting a good shift for Mamadi Sundowns ladies. There's also Smith, who also controlled things for Masandawana overall today. Goyi was simply brilliant in front of goals as well today for Sundowns. So 6 minutes is what is remaining here before we come to the end of this game. So there's a young lady who hails from Haynes Park in Mitchell's Plain. What a story she has had. Last season, at the end of the Sasol National Women's League, she was the top scorer. She was the player of the tournament as well. But you got to talk about a story of a person who really persevered against the odds. She lost her mom last year. I still remember a post that I saw of hers where she was really talking about how difficult things are. Her father is, by the way, one of the referees in the Western Cape. But a story rising from where she was to where she is. Misha Minis, a player that is absolutely brilliant. And you did hear when Vasco da Gama played earlier on, the coach did say that they missed her services and her supply and what she can give them. Sundowns have inherited a star in the making. 21 years of age. This young lady from Haynes Park in Mitchell's Plain. Former player for Cape Town Spurs before playing for Vasco da Gama, where star rose and shone to be one of the best by the far. Rhoda Mulawuti, Masandawana. Long ball from there. Minis caught underneath the ball, but over the crossbar. So on the bongo, they say these are heartwarming stories you want to hear. Against all odds, and the young lady has risen, and the star is shining all over for South Africa.
Indaba ezimnandi zezokuba uMzantsi Afrika uyazi unemidlalo ekufuneka beyidlalile futhi beza kudlala namazwe abalulekileyo kakhulu to qualify for the World Cup. Njengokubona phaya ayompazamo 11 eqandeni. Inyaniso emsulwa leyo. Mulawuzi bayenza ikhangeleka ilula yonke lento. Makazi Mulawuzi uzayigoba uyigobile ngokwenene ifuna inhloko. Oh bagilene kabuhlungu. Sompempe wakhawuleza wanqanda. Ande ngokukhawuleza apho ubonile ukuba ikhona ingxaki. Kungwana yayo ngokuba ayoqwalasela. Mina sikhangeleka ngathi bengayiqondi noba kumiwe okanye kuyaqhutyekwa. Ncedo lokuqala malifumaneke. Jonge bayenzeke njani yonke lento lena. Bagilene emoyeni. Ya. Wena uzova buhlungu. Ile ntokazi. Mukholola ebefikile. Sandula ukungena ke. Mashomenga. Kiyorikitse Mashomenga. Baphumile bezobukela bagqibele kudala ukufumana amathuba afana nalana. Sithethe kwa izolo lento. Sathi namhlanje izawube i-feast, i-festival into yonke. kukuwe nje uba uzixhwithele kangangoko. Sekhona omnye umdlalo zayo apho sizawubona khona i-TUT i-hosts bazabe bequbisene ne-City Lads, i-newcomers nabo kulena i-level njengabo i-Vasco da Gama. So Golden Ladies ningazama ntoni kule mizuzwana yokugqibela? Khangeleka ngathi Sundowns itshixile mba, ivale tu ithi akho kwanto. Instead thina sifuna ufakela kulo 11 akakoneli. So quick throw in. For once Golden Ladies uyibona idlala emhlabeni we-Sundowns khangeleka ngathi iyabapressa iyabacinezela. Sundowns kodwa iyazikhulula lula futhi kuloo ngxaki. Suke kube njeya Nhlapho. Oh, thumela dabini la bhola Mulawuzi yeka yahamba Anamphuthi bese lenikezele Rhoda Mlawuzi. She's worked her socks out, never tiring. Tokazi yangapha kwavenda minyaka 32 uRhoda Mlawuzi. Igama selenzile walethelele lakhe kwifootball yoMzantsi Afrika jikelele. Not only i-goals aziscorayo but i-assists zakhe zingumangaliso. Chance ngoku, oh waphuma uDlamini kodwa itselithuba elihle lile Golden Ladies. Nhlapho ukhawuleze wayovala, uZandile Nhlapho, uZanele Nhlapho uyovala phaya, ibona ukeeper wakhe ephumile emhlabeni wakhe. What brilliant play by Sundowns captain. 4 minutes esiphiwayo nguSompempe. Mhlawumbi kule 4 minutes kungakho into ebhaqwa Golden Ladies. Inale throw in yabo abavumi tu osisi be-Sundowns bathi unotshe nawuzama ngenye imini not namhlanje. Anizuthola naphantsi. Nhlapho Makhubela khumbula ke sitshilo sathi umdlalo olandelayo uzungabaleki ngentsimbi yesithathu nkqo enqayini izabe izi-host zethu apha iTshwane University of Technology kwakunye ne-City Lads babuye eGqeberha kwakusakuthiwa kusebhayi emfundini lambathwa ngabalaziyo. Silapho kwakhona noBruno sikuphathela lo mdlalo live apha eTUT. Sundowns ayikagqibi, uyicengile lena uminizi ibhola, uyicengile futhi uyayiqonda naye loo nto. Radiyethe utsho uthi ngowundinikile yenza iblasta gqobhoza umnatha sifaka u-12. Mukholola buyisela ngasemva kuNhlapho. Makhubela chance kwakhona iSundowns ayingathi ayikagqibi. Ngasemva phaa kuyazanywa futhi umphuthi abakagqibi abadlali beSundowns. Mitcha Minis u-offside. Yeah, ba offside. Umzuzu wokugqibela. Mlawudzi ndakhona badlali bebekhona bebabini phambi kwakhe kodwa akakwazanga kufika. Bethwa ngenhloko futhi lo bhola bencamile Chantel Ntimane. Bafuna into ebilapha. Dlamini kuthiwa khawusebenze kumzuzu wokugqibela. Abamnikezi Nixni ithuba. Bhola iphethwe nguMelinda Khadiete. Unika uGalina Magazi. Baphisile ngayo lo bhola kodwa nansi ibuyela kuRatile Dikhosi Mukwena, 21 years of age. Wayisakudlala udlaleli bafana ngo-2018 ngela xesha bedlala ku-World Cup. Nansi chance straight ezandleni kukeeper Miche Minis. A tired header Miche Minis. Usemtsha kwi-Sundowns usezafunda into eninzi. Kodwa leya ichance befanele into yokuba uyingqwabile uyibeke ngaphakathi. Lindiwe Chamane wayimumatha impempe yakhe wathi, ladies, mantombazana, iphelile into ebesingayo. Masiboleka namaxesha sikhangele ezinye izinto ezizayo njengoko besikuthembisile sikukhangelela konke efuneka sikunike khona. Full time score apha eTOT. Mamelodi Sundowns 11 eqandeni layo iGolden Ladies. Amanani ngokukhawulezileyo nje ipossession siyayibona pha 58-42 kodwa ke uyabona khange kubekho nenye yellow card. 11 corners ze-Sundowns khange bafumane nekona. Jonga nje pha kuba nee-fouls akho nto ingako. Shots at goal, shots on target, 49 shots ze-Sundowns on goal, on target. Nothing to Golden Ladies. They were never given a chance. Yaphela yonke into ngolo hlobo. Abakhange babe nalo ithuba. Inyaniso mayithethwe. Sundowns dominant and more dominant. Bayigqiba yonke lonto. Bawugqiba umcimbi baqhuba bathi xa zi-11 kwanele. Bebefumene amathuba ke ngewafakile bawubulala naphambi koko kodwa ke qinisekile akho mqeqeshi unongaxoli xa befake 11 yonke amanqaku. So i-Sundowns izawukulala ixolile namhlanje ive kamnandi. Batshilo ke abantu abawuqondayo lo mcimbi kwathiwa ingathi kusekusasa inkomo isakhothe enye i-Sundowns ayikagqibi iseza kuyenza lento. Iiteam ezinkulu ke zilindile nazo inokuba ziza kujonga le performance ziqonda uba hey sizaba sengxakini apha ngoba ke i-Sundowns khangeleka ngathi ayinayo tu into okuhlekisa apha namhlanje. Sabaleka ke sihle siyokhangela ukuba i-man of the match yethu ngubani na. Andiqondi uba sabe siyothuka kambe i-player of the match namhlanje andiqondi iza kusothusa kodwa ke bonke badlale kakuhle. Sayinika kodwa kwenye yazo. Uvusi weNgcobo uMapholoba ukhona pha ezantsi uzasixelela konke oko.
Ngiyabonga kakhulu ku-commentary team yethu namhlanje. Kanti khona manje we are joined by Mahlako Mahlakwane wase Hollywood Bets. She's the area manager for the West Rand. Mahlako, please do the handover and tell us who the player of the match is.
Okay, on behalf of Hollywood Bets, the player of the match is Rhoda Mlauti. Congratulations. Thank you.
There's Rhoda, the lady of the moment. Rhoda, now we saw you. So many opportunities in this encounter. Some of them says Buzgutikasi Rhoda, Oyenda in Layugo, Angaikumi Golela, Bakumaruze, Oyukuma, and now Handra Kwaso, Aulaba Goli and Waina Camp.
Shotoma Tomolwa Mzimu, family, not the teammate Zanga Sundowns, Angatashiko, the Loconir but Leshin to Shona Abolin, it's all about teamwork. Locominan Gagori, Ninkabangan Bakora. At the end of the day, batakutimi winning abenge korota mulauts but neranda ku cancer teammate tamina karungwan lokwaswana ku senisa hloko hansi but bata kamini van khuthaza ku it's not over ayifambi so loko ni vona ku an score kora tsantsa kabangan bakora.
Sesi uterile namunla, congratulations.
Thank you.
That is Rodamulawodzi Wayoge Imamelodi Sundowns ladies taking away the player of the match for today. We are now joined by Coach Shabalala. Coach, lomdlalo lona ushilo saqala ukuthi you just want to bury it in the first half. Found 6 goals in that first half. Nabuya kuhalf yesibili. Sikubonile kodwa ukuthi ubusathatha ngezinto ezithile kodwa overall namhlanje iqembu lenu lisebenze ngempela.
Yeah, sebenza kahle kakhulu. We just needed to redeem ourselves after a performance last week, but not only in terms of scoring, but in terms of how we play, in terms of how we circulate the play, you know. And there's one thing that I like to applaud the coaches of Golden Ladies. You know, they're giving the players the confidence in terms of them having that confidence in playing from the back. But immediately they do that, we've got experienced players. We allow them to build so that we can press them immediately when they start playing. But overall, credit must go to my players. You know, we show mental strength. After the results that we got last weekend, we've managed to score more goals today.
Certainly, Coach Sixwell, uthi bafuna ukudlala from emuva bayekeleni bese siyabapressa nabapressa ngempela.
Exactly, that's what we needed, because we saw that it was very difficult for them to go out, but let us allow them to play. Immediately when they played, we tried to press them with three strikers.
Congratulations here, Coach. You do walk away with 3 points. Let's bring in now Coach Unzegu, the losing coach here today. Coach Mlungisi, izinto namhlanje sihambanga ngendlela ubuhlele ngayo. Nithe iMamelodi Sundowns anifuna ukuyikhomba inhlonipho eningi, kodwa uma sithi sibheka ama results namhlanje sibona esinye story.
Hey, what you can say? We plan for Sundowns, because at some stage Sundowns is playing the football, the carpet football that we played. But we know that we are coming at the quality players, we're facing the quality. Let's play like they played and respond. But we attack them with 4 attackers. We think that, but they change it. They change to plan B, and they attack us with wingers. I'd like to congratulate my players, because we have learned something. To play with Sundowns and then concede 10 goals, but it's a learning curve. We've got the new players here. We are building the Golden Ladies. We are still building those babies, but we'll get there. And I'm telling you, give us couple, time will tell, and then we'll bounce back. To play with quality players as far as Sundowns, credit must go to them. They played very well, but we have learned something. We go back at home when we, as it 2-3 sovuka ngazo, I'm telling you, zona sovuka ngazo, they've learned a lot. They're quick in the ball. They play good football. We didn't have that enough depth to respond, because we've got young players that we are building. But it's football. It's football.
It is football, Coach.
The other thing I like maybe I was not happy. Yes, we lose by margin goals, ne? But I think the officiate of the game, the linesman, the far linesman on the right. Hey, I'm not happy, man. I'm not happy. And those things are killing football. I don't want to complain about the officials. Those things are cool. Plenty of offside, just like that. But it's fine. But it's football. But we've learned. We've learned.
Thank you so much, Coach. Hard luck here this afternoon. Well, that is Coach Nzegu, Coach Wayoge, Golden Ladies, just telling us Suguti he is unhappy with the result here today. This is a learning opportunity, and it is a learning phase for the team. They have a lot of young players that they're still trying to groom. When we look at Mamelodi Sundowns, they have been absolutely dominant in this encounter, and just showing to the quality and depth of the squad. Not only the goals coming in from the strikers, but also from the midfielders. A total of 7 players putting their names on the score sheet here this afternoon. And it's only going to get better and more exciting as the season goes further. Kodwa ke Ningizimu Afrika sizoyivala kanjalo for manje. So besilethela vela umdlalo wethu owesithathu owanamhlanje, which will of course also be live on SABC1. Kodwa for manje we go back to Uxoliswa Zondo as well as to Gloria Brown and Uspiwe Mkonza in studio.
Thank you very much there to V. 32 goals scored just in this second weekend, and almost a third of those coming through from this encounter. Sundowns winning 11-0 against Golden Ladies, 5 of those coming in the second half. Mkonza.
We expected Sundowns to get more goals. Again, you're looking at Umkoi getting a double brace today, but also I'm very excited to see Minis getting a 1 also.
For me, it was more how many were they going to score in the second half. They definitely were chasing the 10 goals that were scored by JVW. We know these teams are competitive. But again, for Sundowns, what I saw in the second half was the different dynamics of how they score these goals. They score them from a header. They score them from long range. They had different elements to the way that they scored the goals. And that just basically shows how these girls are well coached.
Sure. Well, more action will be continuing with the triple header at 2:30. We start off with the build-up. It's TUT that will be taking on City Lads. You can join us also on SABC1, but from the team and myself, just for now, it's goodbye.
Water. It is colourless, featureless, tasteless. It sustains all life on Earth. Water is vital, but it is also scarce. Although more than 70% of our blue planet's surface is